I have cancer knowledge, so I got him The moderator. The moderator. No, es not the community board. Tiene un link que dice moderators.
Okay.
So tú puedes, si tú tienes algo que reportar, lo reporte, el moderator can look at it.
Okay.
Yeah. Because eso no es oficial. Eso no es oficial. Este site es para la comunidad, eso no es oficial. Que no es oficial, es un site para la comunidad. Sí, son reportados, correcto. Correcto, pero ellos no van a estar pendientes a todo. Sí, pero la casa
When she insults someone else, the comment stays there. But when someone else insults her, the comment is removed. But that's why I'm asking, who manages the Facebook?
Yeah,
Because
nobody.
she praises the Lord, her comment stays there. She doesn't insult, she's not there.
So nobody remove unless somebody reported. Like I said, reported and people are managing.
I don't know that. Who in there for
For that reason, for that reason I said it, that's nothing about the community, that's a website. So that's social media, for that reason, you cannot take it, the only places to come is here for the HOA meetings, and that's it,
Yeah, I remember computer, she did post whatever she wants, and her comments stay there. But when someone offends her across the line, all of her comments stay there. Don't give me that because I've never done that, I don't.
Está bien, pero- Correcto,
You guys ready to go?
People gets put on there and the bush should be charged.
No, no, that's social media, we cannot be. Yeah.
Ready to go?
we can-
All right.
Yeah.
I'm finished this, hold on.
She's on her way. We're trying to get her on right now. She's running a few minutes late. We can go ahead and do some audience comments if you want and just get at least some of it done. We'll go ahead and call to order the November 14th, 2023 meeting of the Villa Sol Community Development District. We will start with roll call. Mr. Perez? Here. Mr. Gagnon? Present. Mr. Comas Jr.? Present. Mr. Edgecombe?
Here.
For the record, we have 4 board members present. As of right now, there's only members of staff on the Zoom. I know our council and our engineer are running a few minutes late, so we'll let them try to get here. We can do the Pledge of Allegiance. We have our flag right here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, the next item we have on our agenda today is the public comment period. We will note that we do have a public hearing later tonight, both for the amenity rules and the towed parking rules. So you can, if you want to make comments on those rules specifically, there will be another opportunity as we get to that public hearing. We'll open it up and take specific public comments on that. So you can hold your comments on those items until we get to that agenda item. But if you've got any other audience comments, this would be the time to make it. We would ask that you please state your name and address for the record and try to keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Sorry, Jason, what were the two? It was the towing and what?
There's going to be one on parking and towing and one on the amenity rules. So those are the little hearings we have. Yep, just you can come to the podium. We've got.
So what time is that public hearing?
It's whenever we get there till whenever the board takes public comment till they decide to close.
I can't mention how long this meeting will be because some of us have to get back to our.
That's
So all of this.
the public hearing is the very first thing
Yeah.
under the agenda.
It's the first thing.
Yeah, but you guys, okay,
Yeah, it's,
okay,
yeah.
sorry.
So, yeah.
Hi, real quick, Mr. Jacob William, President of Hoover, between 1977 and CMW Live. The only reason I'm here is, all the issues started like being basic, I can see it. But we have one issue across the neighborhood is speed. I don't know how we're doing with speed bumps, especially on CMW, they take a curve there, like if it's Formula 1. The one day they were over 2 years. Over there training many times, said I forgot to in place. I know that one, I know we're all the same.
Yeah.
People like crazy, so we gotta come up with like a couple of speed bumps, for the safety of people, let them walk. We enjoy it, and we never do. Sometimes we gotta be careful. People got like crazy.
Thank you.
And talking with contract with expanding housing development, we're going to start at the end of pension fund period. They plan on connecting on Sarabella to the existing fund. They've already had one of those funds. Now they're going to put their water funds. In addition, the new development, they raise the other elevation and cover their water. But now we have two developments something more than this. They're not maintained. People be aware of the secret. Because
Yeah, just so you know, I put that on my list, so we'll check with the engineer. Obviously, it'll be, I think that's a county pond, so we'll have to just kind of,
That one,
yeah.
ours, the
Okay.
SW area, but the Sangria one is county.
Gonna be an engineering thing. That's-
Correct, correct.
Yeah. Right. Any other public comments?
So we can speak of the towing now, or do we wait for the public hearing?
If you want to speak on it now, you can have 3 minutes, and then again, but we're gonna open it specifically for the parking and towing as we get to that item.
It's fine there, after you finish, you can,
The only reason I'm here is because I've been living in this community for 4 years now. And last Sunday, they told my mom's car, the tow truck. And the thing about it was that afterwards, they came back making fun of me and laughing and all that. And I was like, I think to me this is not acceptable. And I didn't find that funny, nothing like that. At the end of the day, my mom ended up in the hospital, she got out. And I don't think that's nice, sensible, fair, very much.
right.
Yes,
Can you speak a little bit more detail as well? Like they already told it and they came back again or?
yes,
All that?
yes, they came back again, and the people here, because they come to see, and I came back and told her that I was gonna do anything about it. But then I was in my backyard, my game, for instance, and they were laughing at me. And they came back around twice, and I didn't like that one. But I don't like problems. I feel like, but I said it's not me, my first time in the way, and I believe in the community for years now, and we're hoping to nobody. It's brilliant.
Can I just add a little bit? Have you read this down? Because I want the whole community to track all of these interactions. You're not the only one, there's a bunch of them. So it's gonna be very hard to lose that story. But I agree, there's a way we can track all of that. And I know people are invited. If you can just send Jason an email with those details, because we're trying to track all of these examples.
Correct.
Yeah.
Also,
And it can be tracked, a lot of the
Yep.
stuff can be tracked.
but like I said, she ended up in the hospital.
So I don't know, was there a bid, was it a company that were bid and this is what we sold, and we sold the company?
And, yeah, after she finished, so we can,
Sorry?
when she finished, then you,
No, I, sometimes people here, I think it's that there.
I didn't say much.
and then you go there to sign and to speak.
So, the company was chosen by who? How many bids were accepted, and who came up with this specific company? Because
So
on day
bring-
one,
That's the problem.
So the towing services are not biddable because it's just,
Okay, so who?
the board
Where
is
did you go?
by searching.
Like, why are they select, what's the amount beyond any other company?
Because we received many complaints from the previous towing company, so we switched to a new one. And also the towing companies, they have to be on a diameter close to the community. You cannot be far away because it's illegal having a lot more than 10 miles. And pretty much Yeah.
Outlets. We're out in two outlets. So, 29, 25, is again, 5, Gator Sanchez.
Excuse me. Yeah, if we could keep it down to, we're on Zoom too, so we're trying to make sure the folks online can hear as well.
And, I not only service the community, but I also work for my company. And there's been that a new company has been selected. 2 guest cars of mine have been told. I live in terror living here, via sort. I am constantly outside of my property, watching for myself and watching for my neighbors. I'm going to mention 2 incidents that happened recently as a son. And for me to speak up or say something, whether it's publicly, social media, or when I come here, it's because it's a danger to myself and to my neighbors. Many of you probably work or a home that your windows will face the road, but my windows do face the road. I had one incident where I don't know the number of the house, but the corner house, 2-story on my street, he has the view. The owners of snowbirds and once above the house is Airbnb. So, I see the tow trucks company coming against traffic down Siesta View. And I open the door to my house to see where they want to tow. When I open the door, I look to my right and I see that their car is just a little bit over the sidewalk. But they were just here in town for a few days and they had just came back from the ER. I know this because my neighbor's nice, honestly. And she actually came in to get some medicine or something for her child and went back to us. So I stopped I'm walking towards the street to let her know the cars are coming around, the tow trucks are coming around. And she's not coming down because they have a 2-story home. I stood myself behind her SUV and I said, she doesn't appear, she doesn't know, please don't talk. He's backing up and he says, and if you don't move, I'm gonna run you over. She comes out, she was very nice to him, she was very nice. And she said, here, my ticket. Please don't damage my car, very smooth SUV, please don't damage my car. Just take it if you need somebody right to pick it up. I didn't know that those were the rules. And he, after, them speaking, he let the car down. I went into my house because I was afraid. I was afraid. I told him, she's coming out, she only parked for a few minutes. She doesn't live here, she doesn't know. Let it go, didn't say a single word. A few days ago, I posted something on Facebook. And for those of you who are listening online and are too afraid to be here and to speak up and hiding on Facebook and your comments and insult one another, the reason why I know the tow trucks were speeding was because I was following them on a solo park. There's one lane to come into our community. I get all the way at the end of the cul-de-sac where the empty yard is in the back, for those of you who don't know. When you're coming into CSW, you have to bear to your right to go on the cul-de-sac. Every one of our neighbors, we follow that road. They come behind me and they go the opposite, the other side of the direction. There are 3 houses across the street from mine that actually there were some small children that recently have been playing on the yard and outside the street. So all of us neighbors, when we take that curve, we stop because there's usually a black pickup truck parked illegally, and we have to be very careful when we come around that turn. I was already stopped and I had no idea that they were going around the other way. Because I'm looking for my garage door. But I practically stopped as I'm making the turn. They're gonna get traffic, speed it up and get it on the road. So someone gets run over, killed, or many of the gun owners, collaboratively, there's gonna be a very significant thing. And I don't think it should be something like that for us to change companies and bring in someone who is respectful. And they put a couple of cars on your street, rightfully so. But they are very rude, they're disrespectful, and they're dangerous. And those of us, maybe you guys don't see that, but we see that and we live here. And I'm gonna answer this publicly because I know many people see it on Facebook or wherever you guys put the meetings on. I know it because I witnessed it. And the reason why I'm not recording, and I posted the photo after I'm inside my driveway. To let everyone know, the cars around, or whoever sees it, I don't spend my time on social media. But it's a damn shame that we pay to live here. The rules are the rules, but it doesn't have to be to that extreme. And if anyone here can, I'm sure there are people here who can testify to the disrespect, to the vulgarity, because I've heard them. They took somebody's car, 2 houses down next to the house over next to the police officer, 2 houses down from me. I can hear the vulgarness from their mouths. The residents are not gonna be happy, and it's a hard job. I get it. I understand that. It's a hard job. No one wants their cars. No one's gonna be pleasant to them. No one's gonna be polite and say, oh, please take my car. You know, I have the $300 to pay. When it's happened to me, it's happened when I do notice. When I didn't know it, it's happened in the middle of way late into the evening where I don't have my wheels and my blinds. But it's gonna take, I'm putting it here on record, something is going to happen and it's gonna fall back on us. This is getting too far and too extreme. I did complain when my cars were sold, but now I know the rules. And guess what? Now it's not gonna happen to me. But it shouldn't take something dangerous or a fatality to happen in the community. They come against traffic. They go on the opposite side of the road and they're speeding through our community. That alone should banish them from there being on a tow truck company for our community.
Thank you.
I'm in 38 in the real rush. I'm in the community, I've been here about 4 months. I've just had an issue because, being new to the community, in front of my car, in front of my house, there's cars in front of my house every day. I had to call the coach at Robert, I have a gentleman running a churro business, a car business, and he parks his cars directly in front of my house. If you go in front of my house now, you'll see the car parked in front of my house. And when he kind of started parking on the other side of the street, then the other neighbors started parking in front of my house. Then I said, oh. So I'm like, with this community, I don't understand. I don't understand. I think this is a safety issue. I am a disabled veteran, and when people park directly in front of my house, it's a safety issue. I reported this to the HOA. They said they're going to take care of it. I haven't called the record service to come pick up these vehicles, but I do want something to be done about it. I didn't know that the community was having problems, you know, with this, but I tell you, I wouldn't walk outside here if I knew that these cars were going to be parked on the side of the road. Like this is not very, to me, it's not safe. Yes.
Yeah, you leave the signs, right? Yeah, and I know what you're talking about. Yeah. But in that case, when a person has like 8, 10 cars, is
If they're.
That's not being real as well, there's 2 different people that have components of companies.
If they're parked in accordance with the, I mean, it's a public road, so we can't, and we don't know whether a car is a business.
Something that they're gonna take it upon themselves to deal with it, you guys have that on your hands. This is getting out of control.
Yes, I told one of the neighbors, well, I live right there, it's in front of my house. This is the safety. And the other neighbor, I don't know how to deal with this, except for just letting everybody know. That's all I can do.
thank you.
I just want to say something with everybody. I am on the board, you all have seen me ever, because I work quite a bit, right? I work quite a bit, so I apologize for that. Like yesterday, I do 16 and 17-hour shift yesterday. I am an inspector. The construction that's going on Simpson Road, part of it. The one they have on Barton Creek Road, I'm a part of that. The one stuff that's going on at the airport, I'm a part of that because I live close by. But once again, I want to apologize for you not being here, but I try to do the call as much as I possibly can. It's like now, I gotta leave at 12:30 in the morning
to go to work. But this is important enough to me that I want to try to make it. But the only thing I want to say as a part of this, I know the frustration. Believe me, when I come in here, I see some stuff and it boggles my mind. The driving is horrendous because it's not safe. The only thing I'm asking you, as being a supervisor, as being a person in this community, you got to come up with a plan. I know some of you have gone to the HOA, so we need to go to our manager here and call, because the more calls we get, the more we get attention to this. We got to come up with some type of a crew or some type of people that can be able to navigate this, that come out there, how we can handle this. This is what we want to do. We don't want you all to come here and feel like it's not worth it coming to these meetings. But like you said, sir, why did I bother buying a home here? Because the community is a nice community, but when you got all this stuff that's going on, it makes you think about it, say, you know, being in here is no better than being anywhere else. Because we don't have any safety here. But I want to make sure that you all know, from the bottom of my heart, from the supervisors up here, we care about what you feel. And we can't do nothing tomorrow, but we definitely do something to show that we care. I just want you all to work with us, and we do what we need to do to make this happen. Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Leila Wali from Grade 1 via Palma Training. I support what they say because I've been thinking of the behavior of the truck company and the service. Also, I sent 2 videos to the administrator showing a violation of the rules, traffic rules. My concern is that I think that this company has to be changed. But I have another concern, because the previous company, it was as abusive as this one. Under the order of the CDD member, just one member. And they was doing selective town in Main Street only to the neighbors that was not agree with them. So this is very concerning. I don't want, and I oppose that if we have to change the company, that the previous one will not be considered, because they did a lot of things to me without reason. And when I wrote to the CDD manager about the abusive behavior, because my car was well covered, they said that they had no concern, and they attacked Mr. Junior Thomas. So, be careful with that. Good night.
So, and then what you mentioned, that's what we changed, the way that towing is enforced in the community. Now the board doesn't have any authority to call towing, none of us. It goes to them, they have the rules and regulations, and if anything happened that is illegal tow or anything was done incorrectly, he will.
We've had a couple instances
Yep.
where they've towed a car incorrectly, they've refunded it, or the CDD has refunded it if the communication wasn't proper. So we take care of it if things are towed improper and not in accordance with the rules.
Jason said it's 3029 no real. But probably one of the fastest Mario and Ready roads in the state. I understand that you're getting money back, and that's a good thing. It's a step in the right direction, but I want to tell you this tow company is.
Yeah.
We came in it was about a month ago, maybe less than like 3 weeks ago, and they had 3 tow trucks, 3. Coming into this neighborhood, running their stop sign, acting like jackasses. There should never be a point in time where they got 3 tow trucks. We're not a primary source of income for this tow truck company. We're just a job that they have to do. And they're treating it like they're making all their money off of their tow place. And that should never be like that. I'm on the HOA board, I can tell you, I've never heard any stories until tonight about the people, treating people like crap. But that's unacceptable. There should never be a point in time where any person in my neighborhood feels like they're scared of the person that's providing a service for the community. Like, period. So, like, go and, we need to reinvestigate, and there needs to be rules that are hidden in the very least set aside. Like, no free tow trucks, more tow trucks coming in and trying to sprint and go get cars. Like, maybe give someone a freaking chance, because there should never be a point in time when you see someone that pushes over the line and you don't go, maybe there's accident circumstances in a particular situation. They're a company, they're supposed to play by the rules, not treat people like they're just animals. That's pretty much all I got to say on that. Also, this is Steve Wilson, being around that area. Or is it?
Yeah. I'm good. So, Scott Monahan, 3016 Camino Island Drive. I'm gonna come at this a different. So I understand what's everyone probably knows me in the neighborhood to drive around with a scooter all over the place. I'm on the HOA board, but one of the things that I've done in the past couple of weeks is that I drive around on a scooter and actually let people know what their cars. I've been trying to drive around as much as I can. I can also work from home. I drive around and try to let people know. For the most part, people are really good about it. What I learned very quickly though, is a lot of people don't know the rules. People that lived here for 9, 10, 12, 20 years. A lot of people still don't know the rules. That's probably one of the biggest issues that I see. I do know the couple of incidents that they've given the money back or they're totally incorrect. I've been trying to follow on with that. I've tried to talk to everyone where something went wrong. And I'm trying to represent the community as much as possible as well. I would like to, on a separate note, I think, I know how these guys are. I think probably all of these tow companies are probably the exact same way. I had a tow guy tow my car back, it was not tow Lando, it was another company, and I said, hey, would you be interested in working for the community? He said, absolutely not. He said, it's the worst job in the world. Towing towards an HOA is not a good way of towing vehicles. Most people tow and call me because they want me. But the HOA stuff is not easy. So I think you are getting a lot of towing companies that are looking to tow. What I'd rather do is I'd like to take and switch the rules. We have rules and they're, I would say loosely defined. If you're parked on the grass, well, what does that really mean? One little, inch of your tires on the grass. A lot of these that I see, and everything that Jason has said, because I requested a lot of access to what's been towed around here. I would say 98% of the tows have been correct. But the issue that I hear from everyone here is they're not correct. They're coming in 3 times a day, 3 tow trucks, basically looking to tow any little thing that they can. So what I would say is, I would love to see it where, okay, my recommendation is they only come in once a week. They can only come in 1 tow truck at a time. Now, I don't know if these rules are allowed, but at the same time, it's giving the community a little bit of rest to not have to worry about every single day. And not only speeding, you get the car speed, but when they add it in and they're in here speeding and backing up, because I've seen those videos as well, backing up, U-turns. We all have kids that are playing, even my daughter who may be in the street. So what I would like to do is, if there's a way that we can relook at the rules, review them, evaluate if that's something we could change, because I think that's the way to get these guys. And listen, great, we can switch tow companies, that's great, but I'd say to everyone else, if you know any tow companies that are respectful, I think the board is probably open to hearing anybody who would like to know a good tow company. I don't know if you'll find it. I mean, obviously the last one wasn't good either. So, and the only other thing I would say is, I would love to see if you could bring a record of, hey, this is how many tows we had this month. This is how many that were incorrect and we did this, right? It looks like at least we're doing something about it, right? Sometimes it looks like that no one's doing anything about it and the people want to take it into their own hands. I'm going to tell you that's probably the worst thing that can happen, because I don't know the board is not going to be able to represent you in that way. So that's really all I have to say. I would really just like, coming from my end, I'm a data scientist, so all the data that we can look at will obviously prove it. But anyone being disrespectful, I've been telling the community, every time they come in, I try to announce it on WhatsApp, and I try to let everybody know. 2, take as many videos as you can, you can't do anything about it. Anything being disrespectful, we'll get them kicked out of here just as fast. And honestly, they eventually gonna do it. To your point, what's the cost gonna be before it happens, right? And that's gonna be the issue, so. Really all I have. I appreciate it. Oh, the other thing, when we come to these and we announce these things, they go on a meeting minutes, but where is the answer to some of them? Because like, I remember one of the first meetings I came to, one of my recommendations was, first of all, when I first moved here, I moved here a year ago, so I was in the same boat as a lot of you, and I didn't know any of this. And one thing I created was welcome to that. And the other thing I think we should do is create a sign right in front that either gives people QR codes to go find out what these rules are. No one's looking at 20 pieces of paper to go find out what rule is what. And I get that the rules are there. But when I told her this, when I moved in last December, nobody gave me a list of rules. No one gave me a website to go to. No one told me about Facebook. The only reason why I do is to start this stuff on my house and introduce it. And it got me even more interested, and I want to help make the change as well. But we need a way to get people to see, not so much the social media, but where are the, where do I make a request to change stuff? How can I change my landscape? You know, I can guarantee you, when I drive around here and ask these people these questions, probably 10% might know the answer to them. Herman spends most of his day going around showing people how to do that stuff. But, and being as part of the HOA, we start creating videos to do this. But all of us need to work together, the CBD and the HOA, to come up with these ways to make sure everybody either knows the rules, can find the rules, or a good place to go. It's gotta be right in the face.
And I just as a note on that, I do have on my list that we're gonna work on an FAQ sheet, both for the HOA and the CDD. I didn't want to make one because the rules are gonna change likely tonight. So we were waiting till after this meeting till we get some rules set. Once the rules are changed, we've got something we can put out, and we can certainly do the QR code. We can hang it up here. Absolutely.
But that's another one, the QR code, when he say here, we can put it here. No, we cannot put it at the entrance because people driving, using their phone. If somebody crash or do something, then it's a liability. But we can put
The idea, you guys tell me where I can put it.
Yeah, we got you. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Because I don't. But honestly, it wouldn't be helpful to put something here where the is. Like if someone needs to come and get it.
Right.
You know, even if it's here, if you know that here's the place where you get all the rules, maybe somebody would. But,
Yeah.
you know, even just a whole board. I don't know. All I'm saying is that these meetings.
We can confirm that they're on the website too after today. You know, there's gonna be a public hearing, so if folks have comments on the actual rules, you know, today is the day to make those comments because the board is probably going to adopt revised rules and then Jason will put them up on the website. But if you have questions on rules, I encourage you to call Jason. There's no fee to it. You know, it's part of their services, so call them. How do you get them?
People don't know where the Jason's.
Exists, right.
I don't know his email, I don't know his phone number.
Everything of ours for everyone's reference, philisolcdb.org. Everything is.
But I'm just saying, it's not by people all the time.
I know.
They don't have a clue. It's not anywhere posted in this community.
No, I agree.
So it'd be nice to have something.
Yeah. Thank you.
Quick 30 seconds, it's not about talking costs.
It's up to the chair.
That's how many, that's up to.
If I mention something, will it be addressed at the next meeting? Can it be placed on the agenda? Because about the bills back in the back. And I've been talking about this for over a year, maybe even spring, and it hasn't been addressed. And I keep being told it's a CDD matter. Why don't the CDD meetings?
What is it?
So where I live, in the back, I know that a lot of places have been painted red to not park there. And there's very limited parking for some of us. Some streets, you guys have a lot of parking, some of us don't. On my street, I'm the only one with this space in front of my house, and I'm, you know, there are 2 Airbnb houses on my street, and I can't tell them it's totally working. I can tell them don't park here, you know, but I also have guests too. And I'm a person that I park both my vehicles inside my garage, because of the garage door, and I park my other 2 vehicles on the driveway. But I do have guests, you know, and I have a from home, and sometimes I people servicing my home. So I propose, just because Scott mentioned a few suggestions, I propose that on the weekends, we have a lot of company coming over. We have people that stay over. I have a neighbor who has said, look, this is sisters. And when they come over, they park in my driveway because I tell them, I'm not going out to see it, or I'm away for the week, use my driveway. And they're parking on the grass next to them, park on the grass, it's no truck, they park in front of the house on the grass. And they don't know them, and it's like, you park there because your car needs to, I tell them, don't park there because your car is going to be towed. Is there a way that on my street, my cul-de-sac, on the weekend, there's no, I get during the weekday where the trash cans are coming in or anything else, and I know it's safe people, the emergency people, I get all of that. But of the neighbors, I'm a self-proclaimed president of my street. I will tell you, and I'm very appreciative of my neighbors, and we all have each other's numbers, and we text each other, hey, they're my sons, Amazon, how we got to come to your house. We watch out for one another on my street, all of us. We will tell the other person when they need to move their car, or you can use my driveway, look, this person is away, you can park there. Is there a way that at least on the weekends, we can have a break and have people, especially now with the holidays coming? And maybe I've been bringing this issue up, it's been that red mark is been painted on our cul-de-sac. We would like to park there for the weekend. If someone needs to come, we know how to park our vehicles. We're not gonna block the street where our car can come to our street. Is there any, that's a suggestion that I've been making for years. And I bring it up every so often, and it's never been addressed, it's never been spoken about.
Well, that's gonna be discussing the rules, and again, it's a safety issue, and I know what you mentioned, that people can call each other, but when that happens, that you cannot reach that person, and the emergency truck needs to go by, and you cannot move, but
They have nowhere to work because people on the other street are parking on our street. People come from down the road and park on our street.
Yeah, I think, from a legal perspective, the CDD is liable for incidences that happen on the roadways, and so there could be a potential case against the CDD if there was an emergency and a vehicle, an ambulance was trying to get to that person that's injured. There could be a negligence claim against the CDD potentially if we are not patrolling our roadways and making sure that there's room for emergency vehicles to get through. And we're concerned about that because if there is a judgment against the CDD, it's all of the homeowners that would have to pay for something like that, a legal judgment, or the attorney fee costs just to defend that, or, our insurance is only going to cover so much. But if there's a negligence issue, there's a potential that there could be a judgment entered against the CDD. It's a very litigious environment right now in Florida.
Okay,
So I
we
think
had that for years, and why we get a change? Like, we never had an incident for
Didn't have-
years,
yeah.
and it wasn't we the community was still, that's.
We can-
Went all the
Sure.
We
I
went
mean,
years without that, but.
I don't know exactly the cul-de-sac and what code violation we're potentially in violation of, as far as if it's a safety issue there, if emergency vehicles can get through or not. But we may be able to look into that and see. But if the reason is, well, that doesn't mean that there won't be one in the future. Again, very litigious environment here. We're trying to reduce the liability of the CDD and that's going to translate to increased cost to the residents of the CDD.
And
So
another
that's
concern, will we know when this gate will be closed? Because when the board wanted to vote on having a new board and having these issues and having an assessment, the board went from door to door, knocking on everyone's home to get signatures, to get paperwork signed, and they went on social media. And yet I've been told that the reason why that's not closed is because many of the homeowners don't know about the new system being put in place. Well, the board was very diligent when they wanted to be elected, and they were very on top of having the assessment, because why is that we still have that gate open? I'm paying over $2,500 for CDD, and I get the whole rules of the gate. That gate has been open for months, for the latter part of this year. Can we finally get that closed and have at least complete open protection? At least when we're sleeping at night, from all the break-ins and the vandalism that's happening in our community? Oh, it's like, it doesn't help if the gate is open.
Also, there's separation between CDD, like, they didn't levy, they didn't levy a special assessment.
Right, but I'm making a point that when the board wants something done, they will defer to us, and now that the members don't have. Well, they need to mind.
All right.
no, that's good.
All right, we got it.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know.
Like,
All right, we've got another audience comment, please.
Sorry.
And also part of the MQA, part of their, from the total situation was interesting. Maybe whatever company we decide to hire, make this business with, maybe we make rules, we amend the contract the way that they have to pay fines if they do something. Not just refund the money, but also pay the fine. Right? If they are doing something illegal like stealing or like, towing a car that they're not supposed to tow, they should pay, we pay when we are using the station. The neighbors, on the other lane, we were in the, parking, groups. For that street. And I was wondering if this is right. You guys.
The public hearing, I think, is the best.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other general audience comments at this time? All right, hearing none, we'll move on the agenda. We've got the engineer, we've got Peter here.
So should we, move to the resolutions or yours is short, your presentation?
It's about the stormwater repair, so it could be short if you don't have any questions. You want me to
Okay.
Yeah. You want me to start or do you want me to wait here?
No, go ahead.
Update. This is our last meeting we had. Put together. And you could preliminary scope as well. I have a couple extra copies if you guys are interested.
So we'll make this a part of the public record in the minutes so that you all, so all the public can see this too.
So the update since the last time is that we had looked at, we had some additional people look at it for quality check. There were some areas that we thought we can take out because they can be considered low risk since the community would like to, if the community would like to go that route to save some dollars. Primarily, it's areas where there was some infiltration in the pipe without a lot of evidence of soil coming in, maybe just water coming in. If water is just coming in without soil, it's not a potential for a void to be created outside of the pipe. So we looked at those locations, we took them out, so we narrowed down the scope just a bit. But also, so we updated all the maps showing where all the defects are. If I can highlight real quick on these maps, just really pay attention to the legend. So the circles that are in green, those are just the structures. The ones that are in the darker red color, those are the structures that need a repair. Any lines that are yellow, that means there's some type of repair on it, but only if it's entirely red, that means the entire pipe needs to be repaired, which is only a couple of those. So the other document in front of you is basically the same repairs, identifying each repair, what needs to be done on it, and to allow contractors to bid on it. The way we have it set up is each repair is its own lump sum amount. That includes the restoration, the repair, and evidence that the repair has been completed and there is no further infiltration. So every repair basically required a CCTV that shows there is no infiltration for them to be paid for.
So you said again that they have to do another CCTV too.
So for example, they don't have to TV the entire pipe. If there's a defect that they're fixing to stop the infiltration, they have to submit to us a CCTV or some type of a video that shows that there's no further infiltration for them to be paid for. What we would recommend is that in these documents, these would become a part of the construction contract. The council has a standard contract that we can use, and this would be a scope for it.
And you'd have to do the full bidding, correct?
We would.
Peter, yellow, sorry, red means that needs to be repaired right away, right?
Red pipe, if it's a red pipe, that means that fire pipe needs to be either lined. In one condition, there's a pipe that is totally squished, that cannot be lined, that will have to be opened by replaced. But in only one of those.
Or one and two, they were already CCTV, right? So one and two. So before reserving, you were asking to make sure that everything is correct.
So after they complete the repair, they submit a CCTV.
Here, there's a picture of everything I'm going to start with, but this is the one into the dog, the CCTV.
And with the exception of areas where there's infiltration into the pipe, but no sign of soil coming in. So if we did not see soil in the video, and then in a year or two from now, we do find a depression, and we find that, hey, there was a filtration there, it's just that we didn't see the soil coming in. We can try add those in, but that's gonna really drive the cost up. And those areas are in grassy areas, so that also, it's not under pavement. So it's, I would say it's lower risk if it's under grassy areas, so that encourages to say we can do this out.
Everything concerned falls on this. I think the guy, more to go out and get.
I think the direction would be to go ahead and direct, both council to draft up the contract as well as the engineer to go ahead and do the bidding work, so that he can bring back the formal bids for this at a future meeting.
I would also maybe recommend that if you guys can take a look at it. If you have any comments, we can set a deadline within maybe 2 weeks. If you have any comments, to submit them to us and incorporate. And then again, we're also doing our internal final QC before we put anything out for bidding. If there's no major changes in the code from these, we can move forward. If there's anything that can drastically change the cost, then we'll probably have to come back. But I really can't expect that. We've already looked at these in a lot of detail.
Do you think it should be better to do it just the red ones and then focus later on the yellow ones, things? Because I wrote the community, see a lot of, the only issue that I see that they need attention, that still, I don't know if you got the time to go see it, the 30,009, the Preciosa, the sinkhole.
Look, that's actually, so that structure, we had completed an emergency repair on it, but it was not the same pipe. It was the pipe going from the other direction. Because I went there and it's the same hole. Not the same hole. It's the same cones and the barricades that we used for the other ones. It was just the other side of the structure.
And how, I just want to know, you guys repaired that and how the other part just, fail. I don't know if they inspected, because I just imagine they inspect the area like you're doing, like you're saying, they do another CCTV to make sure they don't have nothing extra or something else. They didn't do that with
So
that.
at the time, we did not have any CCTV. At the time, we just had a victim and it was an emergency. So I didn't authorize under emergency repair. We had some time to go get several quotes. So they came and fixed what was wrong with it. Because there was nothing else, we were just waiting on the CCTV. So at the time, they wouldn't have had a way to find out if there was an issue there. Even if there was soil, they could have attributed that to the existing big, hole that was there already. So they cleaned everything up and fixed the pipe, but then the other pipe leaving the structure had another issue that we hadn't seen.
So that one, do we have any proposal? Because I don't see it here, or it is.
Should be in here. street name again?
Villa Preciosa.
So we do have it on sheet one, where we say open cut and replace 5 sections starting from first joint to the connection.
Mhm.
So that's basically the repair, yeah.
So the 34.
Yeah.
And on 2011, Villa Preciosa, road is sinking and nearby this, I think it's a storm water. I don't know if you,
So we had looked at that, and it looked like it was next to sewer, there's like a sewer, lateral next to it. And we had actually tried to reach out to Toho, look at that. They looked at it, or at least if I recall correctly, they mentioned that they were sending somebody to look at it and they let us know if they found anything. And we tried to follow up with them there back, so I don't know if you want to try to reach out to them again, because I did not see a storm structure there that could be causing that issue. Because at that location, the storm structure, because I believe we're talking about one of these properties, right?
yeah, next to 34. You see the 34?
Here?
Yeah, so,
Oh, you're talking
no,
about
but
the
it's
driveway.
on this side.
Oh,
You see the 3011 next to it?
oh, right here.
Yeah, so it's in front of the driveway.
So when I looked at it, the storm pipe at that location did not come that way. It crossed the street. I looked inside the structure. So what's there doesn't look like it's related to storm.
So that should be, so, what you think it could be.
The only other thing I see there is a sewer cleanup.
So,
That's been there for a while.
yeah, it's been, yeah.
But there's no storm pipe. The structure that's next to it, it crosses the street. The pipe crosses the street, doesn't go under the driveway.
Okay.
So you said that's either Toho's responsibility or a sewer, what was it?
Well, the sewer is still. The sewer is.
Okay,
There's
so
no-
do we know if we've made contact with Toho on that particular location?
At the time back, this is probably like a year and a half ago.
Okay,
We did actually send them a list of issues,
okay,
and this was one of them.
okay,
They have responded saying that they sent some guys out to look at it. We set up a time for me to come out and meet with them. That morning, I communicated with them. They said somebody's coming out to TV everything to let us know if there's issues. And we never heard from them again.
okay. I mean, I
So
don't know if the
could be
board
that
wants to direct, maybe Jason.
Yeah, if you want to send,
Yeah.
you can find whatever information, we'll reach out. to
Or
them.
actually, we can just reach direct, you can just email Toho,
Yeah.
with the location.
Yeah.
And that way we don't,
Yeah.
aren't incurring an additional fee if you're involved in, if you can't, I think they're really responsive and they'll come
Yeah.
out and check it out. So,
3011.
okay.
So then your recommendation for this is to do it all at once? Or, the big at once, or just do the red ones and then the yellow ones?
We would recommend doing everything that's on here. We've already been conservative in our, well, again, let me clarify what I mean by that. If something could wait, it's not on there.
Okay.
And I think it's also in the board's interest to know that once we bid it out, you can still take things out. If Peter thinks there are certain things that are way too much, this isn't really needed. I mean, you can play with it once you've made the bid.
And we broke it up by structure to structure, just segments, and if there's something came too expensive, we can take it out.
Any more discussion?
Peter, based on your experience, what our number, how much that will be?
Well, you're talking about the costs. So we didn't rerun the numbers since last time. I think the last time they were just north of $100,000.
$200.
Or between 2 and 250?
Yeah, that was.
Conservative.
I do know that since the last meeting, there was some requests to share the videos. I don't know if there's like some other companies that have looked at it. if you have any information, if you had some vendors look at potential alternative repairs, please do share them with us. Anything that could save money, we can incorporate here. But this is based on all of our experience. We share this with even some other offices that do this type of work to QC the work. But again, somebody looked at this and had some other methods of repair that they want to suggest, please feel free to share that information.
Jason, do we have that one?
We've got, obviously, you know, you've got the money that you've set aside annually, which we've put 140 in that account line for this year. We didn't do any much of it last year. So there will be some left over from last year, plus you've got the 300,000. Yep.
Any more discussion?
So does the board need some time, want some time to look at this, provide some comments? So can we maybe,
Well, if the board's amenable, why don't you look at it? We'll give you till December 1st. I know the holidays are coming up. That gives you a little extra time. Then you guys can get together on whatever paperwork you need to get the bid together, and then we can take any final comments by December 1st and get it advertised.
is that the next meeting, December 1st?
No, I mean, you're gonna need probably a 30-day advertisement anyway, so we'd probably look into January anyway.
So then to do it, you know, whatever the board decide, give you any comments, do we need to do a motion now or not?
Probably move forward. Yeah, I
Correct.
think so.
Okay.
Because the goal would basically be
To
to
get
RFP it out
To do the bid, yeah.
before
Yeah.
the next board meeting. Okay. Yeah, so you would
Yeah, I think the-
motion
The
to,
next one,
A motion to direct staff to, you know, put the bid documents together in order to get bids for this, and, obviously giving the board till December 1st to make any comments.
So we don't.
a second.
Perfect. Motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Peter, can we have that ready for the next meeting in January 9th?
We would probably have it advertised by then. I don't know if we will
Yeah.
have bids back by then, especially during the holiday season. We would recommend giving some more time for contractors to bid.
Yeah, the more, then the better. We'll see.
And again, if the board knows of local companies that could bid on this, it would be good to maybe start communicating with them, tell them this is coming up. It helps get more bids.
So pretty much we're gonna use this as.
That's the guiding document. I would not give this to a
Okay.
contractor to put numbers on it yet, to let them know there will be an official document on that.
Understood. Anything else or good?
I don't have anything else.
Thank you.
With that, we can proceed back to our public hearings. The first step in that would be the motion for the board to open the public hearing. Is there such a motion?
I'll make a motion to open the public hearing.
Perfect. Motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. The first resolution under that is the resolution regarding the recreation facilities. For those folks in attendance, I did make some additional copies. Obviously, we did send out several links through the HOA about the meetings and where to get the minute, where to get the draft rules. But I've got copies up here for anybody that'd like to look at these.
you got parking and towing too?
Yeah.
You got that, okay, so you want to take one of each?
Yeah.
Use now both set of rules, for
Get a couple of them.
comments today on both sets, and then they're gonna adopt the final version today. So we have-
There's more up here too, if anybody wants. So we've got one set for the amenities and one set for parking. But obviously, the first one we'll look at is the amenity rules. I know the board has kind of kicked these around for about the last 2 months. And I think they're in large format with what the board would like. So at this point, we will open it up for any members of the audience who'd like to make comments on the amenity rules. So that would be the first part of the hearing. Again, we'd ask that if you want to make comments on the amenity rules, this would be the time to make those comments. Again, please state your name and address and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
They wanted a couple.
Yeah,
You just give them a couple.
sure. And we'll go ahead and give everyone a couple minutes to look at those.
Okay.
There's two that I got more amenity rules. Do you have more amenity rules? Because that's only. Yes.
Ran into friends on the meeting from Universal, trying to get out the I-4 and lost my then I almost have one of these. I'm still starting.
And great. Yeah. So again, we'll open it up for anyone who'd like to make comments on the amenity rules at this time. I think they're actually in large portion, just some clarifications that the board made. I think they're in large portion very similar to the rules that are currently in place. For most of the amenity center, obviously our council made some updates based on Florida statutes that have been revised. But in large part, it's very similar. There's been some changes, I think, to the ways you rent the room and some of the fees with the room rental. Should you wish to rent the room, but other than that, again, the rules are mostly the same to what they were before.
Does that include the gym as part of the amenities?
Yes.
So we getting into the improved gym as told by previous boards, that's where the money was to be allocated? Is that anywhere in the agenda, or are we getting anything? I mean, it didn't get better. There was maybe a new machine replaced, now we have less machines than home site. Who takes care of that? That's CTV.
It's, the gym is owned by the CDD, but we have no plans at this time to replace anything else based on board direction.
But that's the purpose for the meeting. So, you know, we encourage residents to come to the meetings and voice. We want to see new gym equipment in there, and then the board, once they're making decisions, including the budget each year, they'll take that into consideration. So that's good that you're here and voicing that to them.
So
We brought that before, and
sometimes
we need money, yeah.
money that was gonna be spent out there, and new things came in, and now those things are not there, and nothing's been replaced, and we have less equipment than we started from. What? So you're not doing what you should be doing. You take things from the beginning, you're not gonna take things from that. Okay, now, take it forward.
I would like to mention once again, very quick thing about fees. They were from 300 now, it's the proposal is 500. Once again, I think that's really excessive. In order to receive that deposit, we need to rent this room. What is the purpose of having it? We cannot rent it out. That is the aim of that.
It's not on the discussion, it's not on the discussion. It's a public hearing, minutes for.
So, I'm part of the public hearing.
We got the comments after.
Sorry, the room went up from what? Did someone agree with something that it was B3 and I went up to 5?
That's the proposal.
For the deposit.
Yeah.
For the deposit.
A security deposit, that's refundable, so long as there's no.
So, can I comment on that?
I will, let me check one more time if there's any more public comment, and then any other public comments on the amenity rules at this time?
Is that for just this room? Is that what you're saying?
It's, yeah, this room, the pool, all the facilities out here, everything kind of associated in this general area, as well as the There are the fees for the gate, the stickers and the amenity cards are in here as well.
Okay, and then, yeah, because I turned around this year and then they were gonna take the money and hold it for 30 days. Before they would give it back, what time it was?
You remember on that?
Yeah, it was September. They said they were gonna hold it to my down deposits for 30 days, that's why I chose not to. Because they said they take the check here, bring it to the CDA building, then you'll mail it back to me in 30 days. That's why I chose.
They could take up to 30 days.
Yeah.
So we don't hold the money, so they.
Well, when you say up to 30, I can't think of anything.
Basically, how it works is, you guys deposit, you have your party. The next day, they inspect, make sure there's no damage, or if there's any extra cleaning, they let you out, clean. If all that's good, we send the check to our accounting department, they have to deposit in the bank and then cut you a check in there.
Right.
That can take a week, that can take 3 weeks.
Yeah. We try to process them at least once a week, as long as the room is clear and there's no hold. But again, we tell people up to 30 days just so that we're safe. We don't want to over commit to you.
And then you're saying to go from 300 to 500?
That's what the proposal from the board is.
So my question would be, is how many times have you done this?
I don't have those numbers, but it's at least every weekend, I would say, there's at least one rental, sometimes 2 or 3.
And that's the security deposit, as a security deposit and the rent fee.
No, the 500, how much, that breaks that money.
That's the deposit.
It's the deposit.
That goes back to you if you didn't break anything.
But there's the use fees too on page 15.
Right.
So if you have a comment on the use fees,
Yeah.
that's it's
It's on page
not
15.
refundable. That's to rent it out. And I believe that that's going to be going back just to basic maintenance of the
Facility, yeah.
facilities and the cleaning.
I guess what they're asking is where, you say it goes back to the CD, the amount that they're paying for renting, well, that's what they want. You want to know whether it's.
But the money goes to the security company. Every time you rent a room at $25 an hour, we lose it. We are in red every time we rent the room. So we are.
$25
Hey,
$25 an hour
rent.
is the current rate. So that's what you pay right now before these rules are in place.
250, yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
1 to 20, yes.
Anyone want to comment?
Just make sure. I think there's one person on the Zoom. If you're on the Zoom and you'd like to make a comment on the amenity rules, you can use the raise hand feature. Okay, hearing none, then if there's no other public comments on the amenity rules, we can return it back to the board for discussion and
Motion
consideration.
to close that or no?
We'll leave it open. We'll have to reopen it for the.
Oh, understood.
So the other thing I want to talk about this, I mean, we go up and 275 guests. I think asking this room at the park marshal is 70.
Correct.
Actually, the one we have sent out, it says.
I have no copies.
Yep. Yep, we changed it.
Yeah, big change.
And then.
Supervisor Thomas.
Yeah.
Now you can.
Oh, sure.
No.
Okay, yeah, I was just gonna add that I'm just going to add the statutory authority for each set of rules at the end of them. If unless the board has an objection, I think it might just be helpful to have it with it.
That's fine. So my previous comment was, like the extensive jump from 300 to 500. And also the hourly rate, we went up from the 25, which everybody agrees that 25 is too low at this moment. To increase it from 25 to $83 an hour, it becomes a 250, it's 3 times plus, for only 25 guests. What is gonna probably, happen is that we're gonna have less people to rent this facility. And we still need the income in order to pay for the bills of this place. Like I mentioned before, I believe that's a little bit excessive, and I leave it to the rest of the board, for their opinion and their feedback on that.
So Comment to that, so you say it's excessive, but going at $25 an hour, the CDD is taking a hit every time we rent a room. So every time somebody's renting it, we are paying extra for lights, security, attendance. So pretty much we are in the red all the time. At least with this, it kind of evens out the rental, then we can make some money. Right now, you're saying we need to make money, but at $25, we're not making money. We are going into red all the time.
Correct. Go from 25 to 83, which is the base price, like I mentioned on the previous meeting, it was from 25 to maybe 50 or 75 across the board, it doesn't matter how many guests, it will be something more feasible and reasonable for the rest of the community. Once again, it's the place for enjoyment of the community, not a luxury to rent it out, in my opinion.
Right, and we're still low, as if you gotta rent it outside. We're way low if you go outside and rent a room. So we're trying also, to be fair. I brought up the $75, but when I saw this, I like the way that it is. It makes sense, depends the party, you need to pay a little more. If we got 25 people, then, you pay that amount.
Well, they just put it to a motion and to see
Oh, yeah.
which one the rest of the board agree.
Do we know the actual cost, our actual cost to operate during the event? The actual cost?
I don't know that we've broken it down by, the electric, the water, the security. I don't know that we haven't factored all
So
of it.
there's hard things to calculate, like, okay, electricity, air conditioning, those types of things, I can't.
Yeah, I would know.
But off the top of my head, I believe the security rate alone, if we have security.
$21 an hour.
Yeah.
So we know we're at least 21, if not more, well, we're gonna be on. Water. that kind of stuff.
And also the attendance, opening the room, that's 30 something an hour, no, yeah, $30 an hour. We are right there at 50, $51, $52 an hour.
Does that include, like janitorial services?
I mean, that would be an additional cost that we just started that I can't, so.
Typically, there's.
Service working, they're coming, I had them set to come on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So all the weekends covered, there'll be rentals and everything, it's all reset for the next week.
And the folks that rent the room, I mean, they're part of the agreement is that they clean up after themselves and try to make the room the same way when they showed up, so.
But there's still gonna be some kind of
Correct.
cost incurred to.
Right.
In the bathroom, that I'm sure there is something.
Right. I had to clean this whole room today after a party.
So I'm just trying to ballpark, like. Saying is $75 package, we're kind of into it ballpark. I'm trying to justify, whoever's gonna. That's funny.
Yeah.
I would say between 70 and 85 is very realistic.
Any more question on I know he brought up the fees. The rest, obviously, as Jason mentioned, it's kind of the same. We only went up on the age, having the ID cards, stuff like that, and having the statutes, legal mention, phone numbers, updating the phone numbers, management office.
I have a comment on. That's what the fees are, it's a village and it's got a bit concerned. Says events with over 26 attending may be required to run for security. You gotta make this like this up in the air, what decision would be made, if it's gonna be required for the new security or not.
I think it's kind of the type of party. I mean, I think if you were having a baby shower, that may not be. If you're having a wedding, we probably might want to have it. I think you'd have to kind of just look at it on a case by case basis. And if there's direction from the board, I certainly would be open to hearing.
I think we have a specific when that's gonna be security involved or not.
Okay.
Because we said the 126 or whatever, then that's what we call interpretation of that.
Yeah, and then obviously we told the district here manager that he had to see which event, because obviously the board cannot decide anything outside the meeting, so he will be the one assessing if the, I don't know, baby shower,
I mean, I would say in typical fashion for the most part, I don't know that we would require security. I mean, they're mostly here at night when they're doing the events anyway. So it would be like, if there's an afternoon event that, for some reason, I'd have to look at it.
So then we know, just understanding that what that security involved or not.
So then we should put there when security, I don't know, is
So
not
we,
present.
well, today, we need to iron it out today
Yeah.
with the board on what you'd like there. So do we want to give, yes,
No, the 26 is good. I think it just, what he's saying is when the manager can decide, hey, you need a security. Like now, we have the security at night. Or they start at 9, no, 6. But it's gonna start, then it's gonna be switching.
Yeah.
So we don't gonna have it when the parties are here.
okay, it sounds like you're saying that maybe if it's a wedding with a lot of guests, you would say, could you get another
Yeah.
security guard on site? So I don't know, maybe the number of attendings is what's going to drive that for the board?
I mean, what if,
Or do you want, if
Yeah.
there's guests above 51, or if there's.
I kind of feel like that 26 to 50 range is kind of manageable without a security guard. I almost feel like when you get over 51 guests, that you almost need a security guard.
But my point is, like, if you have, something going on at night, you have a party or something at night, that's usually when things get out, can't get out of hand, it's supposed to a baby shower.
Yeah.
Normally
Afternoon,
daytime.
yeah.
So that's what I'm concerned about, like I said, that would not negotiate when it starts.
I mean, we could say events after 4 p.m. or events not ending by 4 p.m.
With attendees greater than 51, or like with more than 51 attendees, something like that.
So it's not too much about, just when.
I think it's the app. I think you have to be the app.
Hours.
The amount of people.
Okay. Okay, so we keep,
You guys, what do you think about 5 p.m. like that?
Which say, as soon as 5 p.m. I'm good.
Yeah.
make that recommendation.
Correct.
Right, so allow us to maybe say, food requirements, I understand you're trying to define
Yeah.
it for homework.
Yeah.
To say, if I'm considering this, is just to try to consider the security in my budget.
Jarrett's recommendation is that any event that goes beyond 5 p.m. would require a security guard.
Starting at 5 p.m.
Makes it crystal clear.
There's no-
Not discriminating against the events.
Absolutely.
But on the other hand, let's say if we get an activity before 5 p.m., right? And we get issues, because you get issues no matter what, you got an activity, you don't know. People can be coming drunk already, you don't know, and then are the CDD gonna be liable? If
I
we don't.
mean, you're always liable.
No,
I mean,
We have
yeah.
a special event,
Yeah.
we have liability protection against damages, all of those things, but I think the idea here was to require a security guard to try to prevent some of these issues before they happen. We can take that out, or, we could just say, it has to come back to the board for approval if it's in excess of.
Or you can delegate a board member to,
The person,
yeah.
yeah.
Well, I would like the way, at least who's, your discretion, at least the district manager, because it's easier for you to see what it is. But yeah, I just want to make sure the board, like Mike was saying, I just want to make sure that the CDD at least is doing the right thing for the community, make sure also the CDD is not liable. If it's something that we can work on that, I don't know what language it can be. I like the over 26 people, because 26 people is already enough to have, I don't know, a situation. And I know what Corey was saying. You want to
I
make
try
sure.
with the 5 p.m. Anything that's didn't past 5 p.m. is going to require security. So if I were to do something that, and it ends at, let's say, 7,
2 hours after the 5 p.m. mark, so I'm gonna require
2
to
hours.
have security at the 2 hour mark, right? Because that's probably when most people are gonna get out of.
Because you look at it in the fall, we just start early.
Yeah.
Spring, not so much. So in spring, you can be able to check the okay, better. As opposed to the fall, it's fine because it gets dark. And when it's dark, visibility is very much limited. So when you come out spring, you got people walking by and you can see that too, so.
I'm just thinking, would they have to use the CDD's vendor for security? For the security?
I don't know that we'd want another vendor.
Right.
We don't want them to, we don't want, I don't think we want to require them to hire their own security. vendor.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah.
so maybe I would
Yeah.
just work that in here too,
Yeah.
to make it as clear as possible.
So then it's gonna be events with 26 attendees or more, maybe, will require, right?
If extended beyond 5 p.m.
Correct. Alright, will we require after 5 p.m. And do you need, at your discretion? No, right? Because it's already enforced.
Right.
And I just want to make clear, too, that the special event agreement that we're gonna have everyone who wants to rent out this space, there's full indemnification to the CDD for any damage caused. There's a waiver of liability and then also agreement to reimburse any damage to CDD property. So I think we're covered with regard to that point. So I wouldn't say we need to add anything else.
Jared, how often can your experience people rent past 5 o'clock?
It's pretty frequent. Honestly, yeah, we would have parties up here till almost like o'clock sometimes.
Yeah.
Typically, the party would end at 8 and they have an hour to clean up and everything, but most people, being honest, haven't done that. Our party until like the clock, 8:58, they're running out the door with everything, so. I think having that and a security guard on top of the guard and say, hey, it's 8 o'clock, your rental time is over. Also, please don't throw everything around the garbage can.
Yeah. Any other comments or suggestions from the board?
Okay, so I make a motion to approve, resolution, the number,
2024-02.
2024-02, the recreation. The BSO district facility group.
With the change to the security after 5. Okay.
With the change of the 5 p.m. security.
And the added statutory citation.
Yes. Yeah.
On the other, that motion.
Okay. So you second, he was making it. He's second. Perfect. Okay. There's a motion and a second to approve that resolution with those changes. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passes 3-1. The next one is the set for the parking and towing rules. Obviously, again, we will open it up for public comments. We'd ask that you please come up to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Looking this over. Referring to the section 4 parking restrictions, paragraph C. Rules say street parking on the district roadways is only permitted on one side of district roads. Parenthesis, non-parking side as applicable in this. Map. This building's got, you see it.
Yep.
There's your map. Referring to the west side, Reno reality. That map shows 3 parking. There are 2 fire hydrants on that side. By your rules, that should be.
I'll correct this one. This one. This is the updated map. the one that it was of the rules.
Yeah.
So is this right here?
Okay.
All this in. I don't
On
know.
the rules, it said an exception for that street.
Correct, so then.
So that street was allowed to be parking. So per the rules, from my understanding, it's, so no parking.
No, coming from south.
Okay.
South is
Oh,
this.
if that's it, then I'll just change
Yeah,
it.
this one is
Yeah,
south.
we'll make sure the map is updated.
So,
Okay, thank you very much.
You guys signed on to go 10 for saying no parking on the other side. You have signs that
correct.
say parking on the other side of the boulevard socket. They have to come out, and can't park on the other side.
We're gonna adjust all that.
Yeah, I figured that the sign there, the bar, that would probably, because it's totally rewrite. It should be noted that is the west side of New Trail North, which is a large parking. And so it will be quite noticeable that it's cleared out. It's also one of the first hazards, almost as bad as yours, almost, because there are a lot of small kids. Slow, cautious, looking, because fear that kids will stick out in the cars. Yeah, that's maybe. And I have dogs, you know, I'm gonna be car. You're going to guys, is, at 150, turbo extra big, no wheels. And I'm driving with these, almost.
Today.
Clear.
You're getting 29.75 ago. Went through the community and it's about 140 spots. But it's listed on this thing. And second, how are you gonna communicate this to all the Airbnb people? We have 4 on our street and they come with 5 cars. And they're gonna take it from the residents. What are we gonna do? How are you going to let the Airbnb people know they can't bring 5 cars? Because if you go on Airbnb, some of these places are advertising, you can bring 4 cars and 5 cars. So we gotta do something there too.
The only way for us to do something will be, Jason communicating with the HOA, because the CDD cannot communicate with the residents or, you know,
Well, it's gotta be something that's gotta be done before you put this in effect. Because we're gonna lose half the parking lots. Because we can't park at all. You know, state law says fire 15 either way. And you can't park in front of a mailbox. Okay? But say during the day you can't park in front of a mailbox, but if 5, park. Sunday you can park. Instead of taking half the parking out of the space. Because then we park it in your front.
yeah. So remember, well, yeah.
Follow state law.
Good evening, everybody again. My name is Hello, I live in Fremont, my lady on Funnel Lane. A group of neighbors on our street is together a proposal for a conservation. They only have one more, oh, 2 more.
Oh,
Okay, maybe you guys can share.
yeah, we'll make this part of the record.
So we've been talking here about how we are parking, some of the new rules, even more. The thing with we are on the lane, those of you who are not familiar with our street, is that we are on is very unique. It's probably the worst street in the neighborhood for parking.
Yeah.
So a little bit of background for everybody. The towns that we are on, like no towns in our community that have the garbage entrance at the front of the town, and not in the back, that alone takes a lot of space from parking on the street. Every other townhome has the entrance and the parking on the back. We don't. The townhomes of Yasala Lane are also the only ones that have one parking garage in the town, not two. The only ones. That means that each resident has only two parking, one inside the garage and one outside to park the car. The townhomes of Yasala Lane are also the biggest townhomes we have. Some of our units have 4 residents. That in any unit, you have 4 to 5 cars. One after that, 2 kids that go to college, right? Plus, so 4 cars per unit, only 2 parking, and no parking. I don't. That's the background, everybody. The HSN Street will go to Drive, which is one of the south end of the Long Lane. It's also very short, and the residents are scared. The parking there is mostly occupied by the residents of the Yellow Drive, with all the ramps. On top of that, we have a few neighbors who have late shift. They work late at night for the hospitals, all that. They come home at 10, 11 p.m. They have to park here. We are on lanes 4 to 5 blocks that way. Okay? Now I understand that this is your fault, or our fault. The developer made it, they did, the county approved the maps the way they did. They shouldn't, did it, and here we are. So because of all this, we're not going to go through all the common practices that are from a modern street for all these direct. When we talk about the parking, the problem that we have is that most households have to park at least 100 cars, 200 cars, 4, 3, 5 blocks away. And that's the problem. So the goal for today for us is, and I want to make sure that you guys understand that I'm talking about whole neighborhood and thing. We typically to have some taxes. I know they have no legal value, but just so you guys know that I'm not coming up with it myself, the whole street. The goal today is to present you with some alternatives. The best option that we can think of is to make an overflow parking on the green space at the back of the one green. That would be on the objective between building, I think it's 12 and 8. But we know that that would take time, money, and we don't have money, and we don't have it. We can't wait 2 years to have parking, right? So while you guys consider options to pay that and full parking, and we get contractors to start all the process of it, we have another solution to you, we hope you guys consider it and approve it. If you guys go to page 5, you're gonna see a picture of the map of the Apollo Lane. On that picture, you're going to see some red squares or rectangles. Those are green areas between the sidewalk and the street. Those green areas are green areas between the buildings and the green areas between the townhomes that are mirror facing. Those green areas can park vehicles 15 plus feet long. Okay? There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. In front of the street, on the back of the electrical lane country, there are only 2 spaces between those houses, those 2 buildings, those 3 buildings. In total, we have 9 possible spaces. What we are proposing is that we make those 3 spaces into inner parking spaces. On page 7, you're going to see an illustration of how that will look like. Right? It's all over the place. You see it in number one, you see it in like, no, no, they take some of that green space inside and then let cars park there. The beauty of it is that we are not limiting with the width of, ambulance and traffic lights and fire truck can drive easily and everything is fine. Now, with this proposal, the option A, if we also take a look at the car at the end of the one lane, we can add a few more spaces here. And with that, we can make up to between 16 and 18 parking spaces.
The curve, the
Curve. If you do the same on the curve, in the green space,
oh, on the green space.
right? If you do the same in the green space, we can add in total 16 to 18 parking spaces without altering the width of the street and making sure that every ambulance can go through. There are 18 townhomes to be on one lane. We will have one parking for each of those townhomes. Now, the caveat is that obviously, no parking should be for the operating lane residents. So we should combine probably implement the random system with speakers, designated location for parking for vehicles with those speakers. You can put those here for your windshield. Like you do in Philly or in New York or in Canada, right? And those parking those spaces. That's the first option. We have another option is a little more messy, but it's like here for you to hear it. We go to page 10. You're gonna see in page 10, pretty much the same idea. In this case, we're taking advantage of the fact that in this community, you can park your car, blocking your garage door, as long as it's between the sidewalk and the street. That space on your driveway entry between the sidewalk and the street, you can park your car there and block the road. It's allowed. Now, the problem with the abandoned lane is that given that we have so many parking, so many garage doors. One car garage door, there's no way to do that for any resident without blocking the neighborhood garage door or the green area. So what we're saying is, if we can amend the rules that we can park blocking our own garage entry and part of the green area, each resident will be able to use that space in front of their own garage entry door to park one additional car using part of the green area on the back. Right, one case. Any questions before?
I have one.
Yes.
I like the idea of this, but who's going to be responsible for who's keeping up with the cars or stickers? Oh, no. But what do you, because I know sometimes maybe like, idea that if something may happen, we can use them, misplace them. But we want to have a single thing. If that happens, then we will still okay. So how do we go about, deciding who has those particular stickers or cars?
So, I'm gonna like to share with you my experience. I lived in Philly for a few years. It's the city doesn't allow parking on the buildings. Parking on the buildings need to be parked. So I lived in the apartment building, and all the parking in the same building by law needed to be parked. So we didn't have parking in our building. That meant that you need to park your car in the street. So you go to city, you present your driver's license, and based on your address, they assign a zone for you to park. And they give you a sticker, you pay for it. You pay for a sticker per car, they give you a sticker, you put the sticker in your car, and you can park anywhere in the street that is one zone, you might get to school board. I can park in school board, it was about 10 blocks around my area. The same idea we can use here. We can ask residents to get on the lane to present their driving license, and then we can validate that that car is actually part of that household. Pay for that sticker. Give them the sticker, they put the sticker in the rear windshield, And if that car, if that street is parked in that space, the town company can take it away. But if there's a car there, that doesn't have a sticker, they can take it. Because that, with the proper signature, that street should be only for those, cars. But that's
Legal. Good question.
what,
But yeah, for another parking spot.
because the other.
But let me hear the, but,
Yeah.
but
What's that? We're,
I think there's a lot with this that we'd have to investigate.
Yeah,
First,
because-
I mean, I think there's a lot of engineering that if the county would even permit that type of parking, because there may be infrastructure underneath those roads that wouldn't allow someone to park over it. There may be pipes, there may be things there. I don't know that this is anything the board can consider tonight, because I think there's just a lot of questions and we would need to get direction from the board. There's a lot of engineering that would have to go into any.
well, and also how illegal it is that we are giving public roads.
That's another.
That is just.
That's all the legal things that need to be investigated. One thing that we can do today. Definitely is allow our cars to park over the grass. The same grass is marked on those maps. While you guys take the time to decide and investigate and see all the guidelines, and if that might company or not. Right? While you guys do that, you will, and I just want to say something. This personally doesn't affect my family. We have one control, and our garage is empty. I might be one of the only household on the apartment that's not affected by this. Everybody else is, and it's not fair. So you guys need to do something, at least a temporary solution to alleviate the burden of this situation with this parking rules.
So at least I went in there as soon as you guys, mentioned it, I went around it and going to the apartment, the only spaces that I saw that can be is 3 spaces. The big ones on the apartment, that's the ones that can fit a vehicle with no issue.
Fire
Right.
So, one, two,
Yeah, one.
there's one.
Yeah, it's one of them. But another one, anyway, so we find those 3 spaces. And then the other one that I thought was the cul-de-sac and reassure, be open again. It was closed down because people were parking there having sex and all that, because it's dark. That area is real dark. If you go there, they do drugs, they do everything. For that reason, they put us as red. But if we put a blue lining area, obviously park and bay park, that's the only short-term solution that I think, it can be brought up, because the short ones, the other ones, you're gonna be blocking driveway.
If you guys allow parking over the grass in those spaces now, and they just sit, and leave temporarily,
yeah,
I don't know.
there's an issue. Yeah, there is a legal complication with that though, is that, there's a statute section that states on public roads that cars need to be parked a certain way, and that section is stated already in our rules. So I'm concerned about.
Houses, the way that this one.
Yeah, so that's a good question. So all those need to be.
He's talking about the best the county.
That's right, and, yeah, and.
So, what do you talk about the first problem?
Yeah, in the first problem, and that's just Florida law. So the original developer went to the county and established the CDD, and at that time, the county signed off on the plans and the development was constructed, and now we're kind of left trying to iron this problem out the best way we can. But some of these ideas, with we would have to go back to the county to get approvals for some of this, building, zoning approvals, land use approvals. We don't have that power as a CDD. The legislature didn't give them to us. There's also an issue, like we cannot preempt state law. So if state law wouldn't allow us to park on the grass area next to a roadway, we can't preempt that. I can't go out and say, okay, we're gonna do 50-mile-per-hour speed limit here. Or a 10-mile-per-hour speed limit, because that's going to be in conflict with state law. And so that's wrong. So I think these are great ideas. I commend you and the rest of the residents for putting this together. If the board directs staff to investigate what can be done to maybe accommodate one of these options, we'll, you know, I
Absolutely.
think the staff is willing to do whatever we can to confirm, are any of these feasible? Are any of these feasible, you know, legally?
Hey, I still like, you know, I heard they're coming, someone heard a lot.
Absolutely.
I mean, I mean, we can go to the county if we need more, we can say it's just me. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, we're limited in what we can potentially do, you know, right now, we've got to comply with the laws there.
The next thing I'm gonna say is, so I'm gonna be wrong, as I said before, I'm part of the HOA before my understanding is correct.
Right.
And you guys are working with several schools and meeting whatever we can do with that. What I'm gonna say now is this, we didn't work, now the ball is on you, and your side.
Yeah.
Thank you.
A lot of times, this can't, they come with an issue, but you can also.
Yes.
Give us something to think about.
Absolutely.
Something that's-
Right.
Based on the-
Absolutely.
So what the board could do without expending, because obviously the other factor here is that the professionals are on an hourly rate. And so, you know, the board is cognizant to try to keep costs down, because obviously that goes to residents too. That translates to increased cost for residents. So I don't, you know, if the board wants to make a decision today on the parking and towing rules, they could do that and then potentially direct staff to see if you could, you know, kind of investigate these proposals and see what needs to be taken. It may be a
I mean,
situation.
we would have to work with the engineer on things.
Oh, with the engineer, okay, yeah.
Yeah, for that reason,
So-
like I said, I look at the area.
Yeah.
The only spaces that I saw was those, plus the cul-de-sac that open up at least for 6 vehicle, 8, you know, 7, depends the vehicle. Yeah, that's what I saw, and I did, you know, my homework because I heard, you know, what they were saying. Then the other option, like he said, the little green areas close to the buildings, they're too close and they're gonna be blocking, driveways. And what is gonna happen is what happened last year, people complaining somebody's blocking because accident happened.
We measured the green spaces.
Yeah.
The ones that are marked
Yeah,
can park a 15-feet vehicle easily. So.
So any major item.
It's 9 spaces, no, if you down the 2 on each side, between the 3, buildings. Yeah, so 9 spaces only if you allow,
Okay, I'm working with the architect, we want the Asian way, and I think that same things here, it's like the track. But the thing about it is those green spaces belong to the HOA, they do not belong to the CDO.
Be careful how you see that, it's survey said that. The ones that are actually there in the spaces that we did driveways belong to the homeowners. It's like they actually, that is town, they have a back cover, actually, the green space behind the house, 20 feet out from the, I looked at the surveys. 20 feet out, I've seen the surveys.
hey,
All right, yeah.
Okay, so, you know, I'm gonna kind of piggyback on what Marcelo said. I don't know, what is the legality of parking in a driveway? That would be the space from the sidewalk out to the street. This would be such a, my brain is went out.
So-
What's just the apron, yeah, I don't know.
they be
Yeah.
parking there.
So the concrete apron,
Yeah, so
Yeah.
you can potentially, it's included in the roadway, so it's up to the board how they want to design the rules. We have some PDDs that allow horizontal parking in the driveway, right?
Which I frequently see like on purpose.
Yeah, so- right, so one of the issues that we find with the apron rules is that people will park their car with the front tires on the HOA section of the driveway, if you will, so the private portion of the driveway between the house and the sidewalk. then the back wheels will be on the apron. Then it's an issue with the towing company if they could do it, we say no. But I'm saying horizontal, yeah, we see that all the time. CDD boards.
Because that was one thing we're still going to notice, I don't know, the apron, the sidewalk, on the street.
Okay,
So,
that's-
I had a rule that said that was absolutely acceptable.
Right.
That was all be subtle there from being situation.
Right, and the board has that ability to do that today.
Okay, that's all I had to say.
And
Well, the picture on the back,
It'll be, yeah, it was a JPEG, so we'll get it.
driveway is our own driveway.
Correct.
That's what he was asking.
And the second,
just want to make sure there's some places
Yeah.
there.
and the second thing is we are able to pay for the sticker. I spoke with most of the residents of the community. We have a group in WhatsApp. We communicate and we are able to pay for the stickers just for the appointment in order to.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, but the legality of giving public roads to people, that's. Yeah.
Yeah.
The important point is that we are struggling with parking for 4 months, and we need a solution.
Mhm.
And the solution is not wait a year or 2 years for an overflow parking. We need the solution now. Because of the problem is every single day. We have our children driving 3-4 blocks apart every single night after work, after college. And this is not right. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the solution. So anyone else?
I would have to say, it sounds like that you guys have tabled this towing and parking until you investigate, because, you know, like Mara, or Marcelo was saying, that checking the other parking, you know, instead of taking it down and doing it again, I would table this and investigate, you know, all these things and find parking spots. Fire hydrant, you can't park by, it's state law. Mailbox, state law. They supersede anything you guys do.
Right. That's what we're doing. Yeah.
So why are we doing it?
But also, like, what?
That's what we do.
We're
That's
not
what we do.
conflicting, yeah, we're not.
We are
conflicting
following the
with
same
state
rule.
law. We're not conflicting with any state laws.
We're following the state rule. There's no.
No federal laws on mailboxes.
That's what we follow. They say you cannot park from Monday to Saturday from 8 to 6.
Yeah.
But
The CDD has the right, though, under the law, to create additional parking restrictions, and so that's what they've done. They've said, all right, well, you can't go 10 miles per hour on our roads. That's state law. We can't conflict with that, but what we can say is the state has given us the authority to say you can't park on this side versus this side. That's what they're doing.
I think
here
you
today.
guys need a solution before you do this. And there have been no solutions to the problems that you're creating. They're creating problems.
With all due respect, just because you have one, it doesn't make it.
I completely agree with you, sir, and that it's the board's discretion to decide how they want to handle parking and towing. That's what we're doing today.
Any more public comments on the parking and towing? We don't have any other residents on the Zooms.
Yes,
Oh,
just my last comment. I request that, the service of the town be suspended during holidays.
we've got that on the agenda. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, you can come up to the podium, please. If you just state your name and address.
Coming over right now. My father asked a little bit about this. My request is, I'm having an issue with parking in front of my house. Okay, and I'm not sure what's going on with parking in the community, but house that I'm the corner, but you come into the neighborhood, that first house there, there's like cyber issues for me. So they have been promised the permanent parking right in front of my house, so when I need to park, then I don't have parking space to park in front of my house. How can we fix that?
Those are the Jeeps, right?
The G's and the first house that,
Yeah.
the first house in the neighborhood.
That's the kids.
So the-
I think.
Parking in front of the driveway.
The issue,
That was restricted under our-
the issue with our streets is that we don't,
Yeah.
you know, our residents own the street. So
Not
anyone,
what she's
no, no,
talking
like
about
anyone
working
can
on
park there. Now, you can talk to your neighbor. I have done it, I have
I run the lady from the home and. So for he's parked there in my house, I just home, and he's got a park, like blocking my driveway, which is unfair because.
no, if he's blocking driveway, then
Look,
blocking
if
driveway.
it's blocking your driveway, that's in violation of the rules. Absolutely.
Call,
Call my office. Call me directly. Yeah.
He can give you his phone number or his call, and he can call the phone company.
It's like. No, that is causing a big problem, you know, we have been fighting policies since we moved here, and now this is an issue. You know, I have someone, like, from my house all the time, like, I have campers through my home, on the outside. And I want to make sure that it's already my view, not somebody else.
Anything related, I'm telling you, Jason can help you, guide you, as soon as you
If it's-
get anything with pictures.
If it's a violation of the rules, we'll get a hold of the tow code.
Other than that, that's what you can do. All every day. She parks there every day.
You gotta realize that the road to each community are considered public work.
Correct.
So because it's public, we can't restrict where your neighbor parks their car and when they do.
Right.
Because it's defined in public road, we were truly a private community where we own the roads, we pave the roads from our houses. We put more restrictions,
But we do with our dollars.
so being a public road is like parking in the city of Orlando. Where it's first come, first served, and you park for you. We can't restrict that, and I, Kristen, my interpret law correctly.
That's right. So because the roads were financed with these tax exempt government bonds, we have to keep them open to the public. What we are allowed to do is restrict parking pursuant to parking and towing rules on the CDD road. Now, the board is trying to balance, because you can see tonight, they're getting comments. We want more parking, and they're also getting feedback that they like the towing rules, or they want more restricted parking areas too, so more towing. So I think you've made your comment clear. They could decide no parking on that side of the roadway. That's something they could do. They're trying to balance right now. They're getting comments that people they want more parking, and then there's other comments that want less parking.
Sometimes I park in my mailbox, and I see their mailbox, and the mailman come by, and they go because they can. They can-
That's a violation of the rules. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
it's gonna be on the new rules.
Yep.
That they cannot be blocked with the mailboxes.
Just to add to her situation, pursuant to the rules that are in the current rules that you're trying to pass, it says no commercial vehicles are supposed to be parked on the road. Is a rental vehicle considered a commercial vehicle?
Not as the rule is drafted right now. Well, I don't know, we have it.
They're not supposed to be running businesses out of our name.
Okay, well, let's look at that particular provision. It's the board
After
wants
that, you
to-
have to look at these issues, then you need to table this, and you need to look at those issues. You're not listening to the people in this crowd, and I really believe what you're gonna do is you're just gonna try to rubber stamp the thing to get it through. And then making changes to it becomes more difficult than actually doing the research to ask the rules right the first time.
So how you guys handling as far as, so they're, just doing business from their home?
Well, that was the-
Is it a private community?
That's an HOA issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you see something, bring that to the
The
HOA.
trust, you come to the HOA.
You want
up front.
Yeah, I'll just interject. Do you want me to speak on the commercial vehicle? Okay, so if you look at the first page of the current parking and towing rules, it defines commercial vehicle. Vehicle and mobile items that are titled, registered, or leased to a company and not an individual person, not designated and used for personal or family transportation, such as vehicles with work rack, tool racks, and or visible equipment for commercial purposes, includes limousines, lawn maintenance vehicles, construction vehicles, and vehicles used for businesses or dual wheel trucks.
Which would mean that rental vehicles should. fall.
Excuse me, sir, let me just finish my statement, please. This also includes storage pods and other moving storage units. If you go to page 3 of section 4P, it says, commercial vehicles shall not be parked on or within the district's roadways except during the period of delivery or during the period of time services are provided to the adjacent residential units, which shall not exceed 9 hours. This is the language I've seen, this type of language in most all of the parking and towing rules that I see for CDDs. So there is a provision in here already about commercial vehicles, but it's up to the board. They've heard your comment on that. If they want to adjust that, they have the ability to do that today.
But I see what it says there, so it makes sense. So if the vehicle, like you said, is registered to a company, that means it's a.
The question is, when the tow company comes around, how are they gonna know
Yeah.
that that's a commercial vehicle when it looks like a sedan?
Because we got a lot of lights on the windows.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, and so some CDDs, they'll hire a separate security company to roam the
Yeah.
community, but it's pricey. And in those communities, you can enforce things like this 9-hour rule for commercial vehicles, things like that, but there's a cost to having a separate security provider roaming the boundaries of CDD, so.
Any other comments on the proposed parking and towing rules?
Just to say one more thing for the record. You know, like, for a few minutes. I wanna take a moment to say thank you for Jason for bringing a point. Because you're about to approve parking rules that will affect uniformly everybody in this community. And I think what you're not considering is the fact that streets and houses are not the same. If I have a rule, I have a restroom, I own a restroom, and I have a rule that says nobody is coming to the restroom without shoes. And you're missing your license. Should I let you in or not? The point I'm trying to make is, Villa Lane and all the streets in this community are not the same as other streets. You can't apply the same rule to everyone. So just be mindful of that. Because this is not about crowd stopping something and everybody needs to play the same rules. Because if the county made a mistake by allowing those temples the way they did, they should make something about those rules and make exceptions because it was their mistake in the first place. And you guys should push for those changes because of their mistake. That's it.
In the same line, of the conversation, this rule was approved from the, for the former city board. And never, ever enforced the rules in the apartment. I asked the question to Mr. Coleman many times. And I know that he referred them to answer, but it is important that to know why, if the rules were created in 2019, how come there was something enforced in 2023? It didn't make sense to me. Probably Mr. Coleman has said. Thank you.
All right, we can return it back to the board for a discussion on the rules.
So let's take it from the B apartment, is, like I said, I went there, I saw the only spaces that it can be feasible of areas not blocking, making sure that vehicles can pass, fire department and all that. And so far I said 3, that they are pretty big to park, plus opening the cul-de-sac. I'm trying to remember the cul-de-sac has a fire hydrant.
No, that's not.
That, the cul-de-sac on Riachuelo? No, okay. So that one to open it, just to open, some parking, because obviously those, we don't need to incur in any money. Plus, it alleviate the entrance of the apartment, not parking on any side. So any vehicle can go through easy, big vehicles. And obviously, like I said, if we pass, I think we did, or we are already implementing the parking on the apron. But some aprons are real, I don't know, smaller than the others. So, people need to be careful when they park because if they're touching the grass, what's gonna happen. But that's on my view, just to find, I think it's 2 areas because on page, well, now that he brought it, on page 5 that Marcelo brought, the first big green area that is close to the, like this one has a fire hydrant. So I think that one already eliminate, the parking there. But these 2 right here, I will say that they are big enough that won't create issue with the neighbors parking on there, because before, when people were parking on the green areas, if the vehicle is too big, they used to complain, I cannot get out, I cannot push my trash can, I cannot do this, and it was a back and forth. For me, I will say those 2 areas to be able to park and the cul-de-sac on Rio 12. That's my point, just to prevent any liability, as we want everybody to receive the services of ambulance, fire department, trucks, whatever they have to get, be able to get them. That's my point of view on the apartments. I don't know what you guys think on them.
Before we decide on that, so if you're gonna do that, you're gonna have to consider damages to the curb or anything that's underneath and damages to the side as well. So I just wanna put that out there for you guys to decide, because there is gonna be a cost coming with that.
What do you mean?
People are gonna be driving over it, on it, it's gonna get damaged.
No, they're not going.
It's not gonna live.
No, these ones, they can park on the street. It's on the,
You're saying at that area, they park on the street, not on the grass?
correct. Yes, on those 2 big areas, because this one obviously has a fire hydrant, so that one, no, but
Yeah.
this one right here and this one, they can park on the street easily. And they wait far apart, and when they put the trash can, they're not gonna have no issues. And still, a vehicle can go through, a big vehicle, because the trash can, go through. And then on the cul-de-sac, obviously, open it for them to park, be able to park.
President, the rule that is being implemented like this, layout already, mentioned. You love to mention my name all the time, I know that.
Yes.
Can we implement, delete, or take that rule out of our parking?
Can we
The
take-
parking on the towing on their company,
Can we take that section out of the parking?
yes.
code? It's up to the board. If you want to do that, is
Because
it's going to cause a safety issue.
that they're being bringing that information to the board. There was another resident 3 meetings ago bringing the same information, and I was the only one that advocated to not enforce the towing via Palma. This issue is being forever. Do you have a case or any kind of information on how many vehicles are being towed by the current towing company? Ballpark number, I need an example.
Ballpark, they've probably, since they've started, 50.
50 in 4 months.
Yeah.
Before, in 2 months,
Well, let me-
140.
That's.
With the other company, that's going 140.
I believe that number needs to be more.
It could be, I'm,
Ballpark, okay, because 10 we're taking in one day on July 29th, when there was a meeting here. 10, that was the day that were 3 flatbeds out there on the front. That company was brought here by the chairman and the vice chairman.
And the previous company was here for a year and a half, and they took 144 vehicles in the community. You know how many people we have to reimburse because they were made mistakes by the previous company or the previous board? 0. It's not blaming the board, the previous one. You have to blame the vendor and you select. Go ahead on Google and look the reviews of that company that was procured by them. 2.4, I believe, is the reviews, and they are 3,000 bad reviews about that company. I was the only one that thought about that company. They still bring that company here. And that company was never vetoed, or that was never put for bid because it's not required, like they mentioned before. But the problem is the company.
So I just as a note, I just sorted all of the emails I get when I get tows, and there's 70. 69, I've got 69.
7. And how many,
Since July 31st.
and how many reimburse that we have to pay? This
2.
2. So 144 and 0, now 670 and 2. The problem is not the towing, the problem is the company.
Partially. Because as it stands now, this board has no jurisdiction to say it's time to tow that car. The previous board, you have to only call, right? And have it. So by taking that away, you now allow the tow company to be honest opposed to being selective.
The previous company was not only by one board member or 2 board members, whoever you want to mention. That company was coming here randomly at all hours, every day.
Right, but we also are calling the company, asking them, how do you? So you're not comparing apples to apples, you're trying to sensationalize this. So, yes, I agree with you, and I agree with the community, the way the company is doing this, is not correct, and we correct that with the homeowners help in giving us documentation, and we have the clause to say in 30 days, we have 5 minutes, little bit, right? So I think we should give them the sufficient information and try to compare oranges to grapes. I think that was we can fix the company. I agree, we can fix what they're experiencing out there. And that's simple. Give us the proof, give us the ammunition, we can call that. Yep. Right, so let's keep the numbers and compare apples to apples.
Okay, so what is your suggestion?
My suggestion, you want to get my suggestion? I don't think it's this. I thought that coming here today and walking down here, Paul, I had some ideas. Someone who will walk by my son. I, again, convince you, the community out there, and give thought of coming with a solution. I think those solutions have been concerned, as we discussed. But I was prepared to open up the loop at the end of Red Chua to give some relief there. And so look at a couple of those spots along the home that were large enough for vehicles to park there. I had one question for legal in terms of the fire hydrant. That fire hydrant does not sit on the road, it sits back. I'm wondering if that changes the parking, because now there's the green space between the road and the sidewalk, and then some additional space that sits between those 2 units. So typically, a fire hydrant would sit in that green space between the sidewalk. I don't know if that changes anything. But if that does, that's potentially another spot for us.
Correct.
Yeah.
I think they still have to have clear, I think they still have to have clear access to it.
That's my question.
Yeah,
I don't know
yeah,
what that clear access.
Because if they need to use that to go,
Right, it's not like it is where it's on the road where your car is right there. So I thought, that's free.
it's the same thing as my street on 2805, the other is a fire hydrant. He didn't see it, but it's there, but it's almost on the driveway of the owner. But anyway, you cannot park anyway in there.
Right.
So that was one of the clarification.
I don't think that the law is gonna say either way. I think probably safest bet is that you apply it to the same. But I mean, I can take a closer look into
No,
specific text language, but I don't think it's going to make a difference. I don't know, Jason, if you run into that issue where it's made any difference.
I would not recommend just as a general practice, letting cars park in front of it, a fire hydrant ever.
That's why we should have the rest road. So that's my understanding, but after considering what was brought up in front of us, I have to think a little bit harder. I mean, I really do.
I agree with the residents, we cannot wait to solve this issue. Holidays are coming, that's a narrow street, there was never a problem, only once with the previous one with that street. And because there was a vehicle get, parked on the driveway of Riachuelo, sticking out, and the garbage truck didn't go through. But besides that, there was never an issue when the vehicle were parked on the street. They only have one car garage that they just mentioned. There is no other way to park. They have to park even at the clubhouse, whoever park at the clubhouse after 10 o'clock, there is no allowed. So they can look at it and they got to away. But it's not fair for those residents that they've been facing this problem all the time. So that's what I asked you, Kristen, if we can amend or delete or edit that part that there is no parking on the apartment lane allowed. And if you say that it's up to the board, that is something that we need to consider and to pass it today for the peace of mind of the residents of the apartment lane and the adjacent residents.
Right now, there's no parking for some
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
okay, and I think the intent behind putting no parking there was an emergency concern, right? That emergency vehicles were not going to be able to get through. Wasn't that the intent behind?
There was that concern, and then there was also, it's almost like we're setting those residents up for failure by allowing them to park on the apron. Because that apron is so narrow and width, that you almost park on the sidewalk, which then becomes on there, so. So.
And the other thing too is with that apron parking is that there may be damage to the CDD dot there.
I don't know if sprinkler heads in there or not. And sprinkler heads.
Potential irrigation, yeah. I know that I have other CDD boards that do allow horizontal parking on that apron.
Yeah.
And obviously we would fit, and there hasn't been an issue, but it's still, there could be an issue. That's something. So, we can, there's a few options of the board. We can kind of look into exactly what the code states with respect to access for emergency vehicles and what's required. And to see, okay, well, if a car is parked here, can the emergency vehicle still make it through? Are we meeting the code requirements? Usually the engineer will confirm that, but we can do our best to, confirm what's required to see if we allow parking there, we start allowing it. Can emergency vehicles still go in? Are we in code violation potentially?
Last time I checked, that apron belongs to the county. Is that right?
Usually aprons.
I'm
are
looking
part
at
of
the property appraiser site, it looks like it's on the CDD right of way.
Because sidewalks is the apron county, and then inside of the sidewalk is HOA. Is that correct?
So it depends on who owns the underlying property. If the CDD owns the roadway, generally speaking, that includes the parkway area.
Generally, the CDD will own from edge of sidewalk to edge of sidewalk and everything in between.
Yeah.
And that's what it looks like based on the property appraiser site. Again, that's not a survey.
But you may be referring to the CCNRN
Right.
HOAs that will sometimes say they have jurisdiction
They still have to maintain
over
it,
that
yeah.
piece. So if you wanted to go and revise or, make a change to your driveway, I think you'd have to go get their approval under separate recorded document, the CCNRNs, but I believe, have the ability to say cars could potentially park there on that apron, so long as we own the road, and the apron's included in that.
Okay. So if it's go to the board, I would like to make a motion to allow residents of the apartment lane to park on the street. And either omit, delete, erase, or amend that rule so that these people can park in front of the house, because notice, it's not all that is no rule, it doesn't make any sense. Where are they gonna park? There is no parking the other side.
Because the way these stuff, some of them are, hardship. Right now. So. We have to be able to give them some type of relief. I think it's in the line how we can, because all these not sure people, that's why we talk about relief.
So on this,
Modify that.
right, from this, you don't need to do a motion, it's to fix the rules that we have.
Yeah.
The new rules. Because on the new rules is the one that we got approved. Now, saying that, like we say already, we know about the Vietnam, but we need to make sure that the CDD is not liable as well, you know, and that's, you know, we can move forward because I told them and I went there and they researched and we want to make sure that the CDD is doing the right for them to get whatever they need. Also, I know they need parking, but also they need whatever, because I saw it on Marbella Street. One day, a fire truck couldn't go there because it was too many cars parked in the road. Some of them that are supposed to park too far off the curb. And when you have that happen one time only takes for us to fail the community, one time. And, you know, we need to figure out exactly what is the best option for them to park to prevent any, you know, any issue. I would say, yeah.
If an emergency vehicle can't get through, it could be potential lawsuit against the CDD, so.
So if we need to figure out with the county or like the lawyer saying about what is the right measurement we need. If we table this, what we need to do is, now we have the same rule that we're enforcing. If we stop enforcing, we cannot just stop one area, we have to stop the whole towing. And if that happens, what's gonna happen, what happened back in March, everybody was complaining that.
The thing that I was still here, all areas is not affected that way.
Correct.
Like where I live, it's not affected that way, but you got small areas that's very much tight. You have to do something, correct, even if it's temporarily, so we come back to the table, get some action.
So that's what I'm saying, no, I'm saying tabling the rules. What I'm saying, the part, that's what I said, to open up, we're gonna get well lane, hold the set, and open at least this parking, at least, because this one obviously has, by the parking, this one right here, so they do that like for 6 feet. You know, at least it gives them some. That's my point, I don't know.
Parking on both sides of the road.
So get rid of parking. No, we could talk about. Well, it's
One side.
Oh, this, yeah.
Parking lots of their houses. Well, your house.
Just trying to understand, maybe do.
Yeah, legal parking.
So if we do it, what we can do is put that on this one, because of the other one, they made, those ones, we can change them, and then we can do the other ones.
No, but that's. I think when you're staying, it's fine. It's less than what they want.
Correct.
Yes, and put them in those back.
Correct.
Including those spaces.
Correct. Well, so the spaces, so we're gonna do all of those.
As much as it's a legal space, that is not in front of a hydrant, it's not blocking the driveway. Right, becomes that space. And I think
And open on vehicle.
I think it becomes slightly subject.
Yeah.
Because we have a car, that's a little longer, maybe, it's still.
And if we go on the right, we're gonna get it. Yeah. I agree on. Okay. So the changes from the Vietnam
Okay,
is gonna be.
so the proposal is.
Yeah, so.
Probably Jared and Jason.
Yeah, so they're gonna be able to park, right, on this areas, not here. Only in front of the buildings,
Okay,
if the car fits,
Okay.
you know, legally. Because let's say, for example, if someone parks here with a big truck and is blocking driveways, the tow company will tow.
okay, so you're saying you're allowed to park with on the green space?
Correct, but on the street,
In front of the green space
Correct.
on the road,
correct.
okay. We think that.
So I think in our rules, Kristen, it just removes the no parking in your promo and just the no parking unless designated by the other side. Are you as signage currently says?
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, that's.
and then open up Riachuelo cul-de-sac.
Okay, and then maybe we get an opinion from the district engineer with regard to code, and that needs to be ready ASAP. You know, if, and basically, maybe what we do is delegate. We have to approve it tonight, but it probably is in the city's best interest to still have Peter look into the code and make sure that what we're doing now.
If parking is there, that emergency vehicles can still get through. That's obviously the big.
But I think because it's on one side, it does not.
Yeah.
But that's what we were having previously, we were having issues where it was people were parking on the street on the green space, they were parking on the apron, that then led into the sidewalk. Right, there was, people in the driveways, that's the back of their house, they were now trying to put that board on their driveway. And it cluttered that area where you were doing this, like, weave and dodge to get through. Now, I'm not saying that it had to be Peter take a quick look at it, probably.
I think no parking in this area, that's it, open up the street normally as people can go in, the commercial vehicle can go in.
On the inside circle, the inside of the street. The street is here or outside?
Yeah, both, no, I will say no parking in there, so that the emergency vehicle can turn, and then everybody can park in here. They're in front of the buildings.
I just added spots to take spots away. We're from the map, it's not mapping. And so if you take them away on the outside curve, that's potential 4 spots you're
No, we open the Riachuelo.
open to reach 12.
Yeah.
The cul-de-sac, so then it's yeah. And that will open at 4 here.
It's not 4, it's not 5, so gaining.
Yes. And then we make that street open so anyone can drive in there, any big vehicle, and then on the middle, everybody can park in front of their buildings, on the green areas, you know, on the street.
So Chris, the previous board was doing this in 2019, and we had a legal counsel. The previous management company, there was no issue before with any emergency vehicles going through there.
Right.
So, and it was the same engineering company, so I don't think it should be an issue now.
That's a good point. So maybe if the district engineer had an objection, he would have spoken out. I err on the side of most precaution. So
Yeah.
trying to warn you against an issue that could occur. You can continue this until we have an opportunity to get Peter's opinion, but I think you bring up a good point. He didn't object at the time that prior board allowed parking there, so. I think my recommendation would be to get his insight on it, but again, I err on the side of most precaution, so.
Okay, so.
Well, they didn't allow, just they had a sign here not to park, and they removed it after the public hearing. But it wasn't a public hearing removing and no parking. It just, they didn't enforce it on that area.
Okay.
Having the rule done, so it was kind of, selective, and that's what we were saying, that we don't want to be selective and make sure we're doing everything how we're supposed to.
So there's also an option, you can continue this public hearing to another date if you want more time to think about this. That's dependent on the district manager's schedule, on whether they have availability, or you can do as you suggested.
Yeah.
So you can adopt it with parking permitted as you described on Beal Palmer Lane.
I think I will show we should adopt the right away. This is, so the way for the next meeting is 2 more months down the road.
People are coming and visiting and. Yeah, I don't think.
No, I mean, everybody's waiting for 2 months for this meeting. Yeah.
We got holidays coming up. We got-
Yeah, I'm just letting them-
Look.
Well, I'm just letting them know what options they have.
Well,
Yeah, or continue the meeting in a couple of days, but it sounds like they're ready, they're
Yeah.
deciding.
So we, okay, so we have that, you know, I will put the parking in front of the building. That's permitted by law. I don't know how you can. Like that. You know, in accordance with, I don't know, state regulations.
Yeah. I think we can.
I mean, I think you just have to define where you park and where you can't park and,
Excuse me?
yeah, yeah, I think it's better to just define where you can park and where you can't park. And I mean, that's the rules.
Okay, so then it's better then, so what we do after we have.
I mean, obviously, everything is subject to state laws as well. So if they're violating a state law, the police can come out and enforce that.
So.
I think permits. And I probably didn't have no parking signs already made up.
Which one?
No parking signs.
Where?
I think it's also in the front room where they're on.
Oh,
Jared, can we give you some signs?
There's some time there's a whole stack,
Yeah, I want to say there's no parking signs, but you didn't have to have a clock. On that outside curb there, that's, it's just an installation.
right now, it's a.
I'll see what we have. And
Yeah.
go from there.
You say there was a couple like no park, I could do.
But if anything have to be added, we need to add it as soon as, you know, whatever, you know, your schedule, just put the rules are approved.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, so we have the language on that.
You just are gonna need a motion to revise the draft.
It's very difficult to hear up here, folks. I'm sorry.
And that would be.
Because that was a problem, people were parking here, no emergency or the truck room, for getting out with this. Yeah.
Okay, so legal mentioned that when, you know, if we don't have any more discussion of everything on the rules, then when we do a motion for it, then amending the Alma area where they can park in front of the, you know,
Well, I still have, now we definitely involved, I still have issues with other stuff.
yeah, no, for that reason I said that.
I mean, I think make sure we're.
Yeah, if we can, with the Alma, we do.
We can make a motion later then.
Okay.
So, but basically, Chairman Perez is saying, currently, the proposed rule says no street parking is permitted on vehicle land. Can you verbally describe what you'd like the new rule, and then we'll go to the next
I think it
issue?
would say parking is allowed on Via Palma on the west side.
Okay.
If we put signs up on that corner, can't you just make it just simple, west, east, north, south, I'm very sure.
Yeah, no, we'll put signage.
Just say unless otherwise signed or.
That's right. We can do that too. I just, you know, it's better, I think, to kind of iron it out, like we did, like the no fire hydrant side, or you can say the odd side, so the addresses on one side are even, and addresses on the other side are odd, so you just do that too. Because we want to create as much clarity in actual rule language as possible, because some of them. Well, I think the signs are very helpful, right, but some people will break the sign could fall over, we want to be able to say, here's our rule, it's clear, it's unambiguous.
So what is the other issue you have?
So what Christian here, good, before we move on.
Yeah, I think Jason is looking to see, are you looking to see what's just odd in the side of the
Yes,
street?
they have the same numbers across the street.
Yeah, the number is just even more.
Okay, so it's basically the parking is going to be permitted on the side in front of the,
I don't know if there's any other way to describe it. They all have even numbers.
okay, then we'll have to just pick out the actual addresses of those units to provide as most clarity as we can, right?
3140, 3174, we got our.
There we go.
That's coming from, because they're the same numbers.
They're the same numbers on the opposite side.
No, because we are 12, the ends on 68.
I think west is pretty clear. West is a
One's
direction,
via-
and I can look at it.
For us to actually check and it's hard.
I mean,
We're trying to.
it is, I mean, you could say just, I guess on the Via Palma side, I guess makes it confusing because they're on both sides, to me.
The Palma is only one side.
The other ones are garages for rating.
Right.
They are not, that's the back of the house.
Okay, well,
Can we
we'll have
do
to,
like units X through Z or something like
we'll
that?
have to find some way to describe it, yeah.
Okay. But so long as board understands.
Yes. The only thing here, that I guess, they are no signs very high. We need to call, we need a number to call in. Yes.
It's a Zoom link. Let me see if I can get it to you.
Wait a second.
Numbers on this side. They have the same number, but this is 3158 for your Tula, this is 3158.
I see,
So you
okay.
can say, let's say that
Right.
right here, 3146 to 3148.
This Via
Via
Palma.
Palma.
Okay, so you want to make that announcement?
Yeah.
Board,
Okay,
so,
so while the numbers are the same, the streets that they're tied to are different.
Yes.
So we can do it by adding.
Normally, if you look at the rest of the community, the garages are in the names. That happens to be a weird spot where it would be an alley red floor, like it's the name of. Okay. Via Palma. So if you describe it as Via Palma, I don't think there'll be any confusion.
right, I agree with you now, after seeing that property appraiser's website, I agree with you, so that's a good way that we can provide clarity, so, okay. So parking will be permitted on that side. Got it. Okay,
All right, good.
yeah, so,
So, I'm still hung up on this whole fire, roll fire. We're losing 140 spaces. Now, the problem is shifting from townhomes, which we seem to kind of solve, because we're sitting there. Now we have some, parking on the non-hydrant side, which
You got it.
it's gonna lose, all these spots for single family homes. So I'm not okay, because that's where I'm having some pain, is losing that many spaces, because all we're doing is shifting instead of right? I still, 100% agree with the mailboxes, maybe that's something we can say that between 5 PM and 9 AM, Monday through Saturday is allowed parking for the mailbox, because there's no delivery. On Sundays, allow it as well. It's going to create a lot of issues. And I think that's going to just shift our problem from our town friends who are single family homes.
No, and I agree, the only thing that I was seeing is, since it's a lot of fire happening in the area, so it's steady heat, kind of, so. We already losing close the mailboxes, so they're gonna be losing all that street, so just making it, so they go, anyway, they're gonna go to the other side, no matter what, because they cannot park. Having those, but we can, fix whatever we have to fix, come up with a better solution for the community. And just make sure that what we discussed will be about, sure, we are covered, with anything, it's like that, so, in some areas, we need to figure out, parking, like a siesta view at the end, like, resident was here.
Yeah, that's another one I'm gonna discuss.
Yes, so those real matters, so, those little areas we need to work out, but I agree with you, we can figure out if it's a solution and it's working, to have a vehicle with no issue, yes. I know that.
We're gonna need some spots, that's my concern, 140 vehicles in single family homes is going to have a damage in the economy.
Like living in an apartment outside of the street, in front of the mailbox, and nobody gets their mail, because we get that problem out there. Yeah.
Correct. So I think it's a implement, I think we need a better enforcement from the landowner in the mailbox market to the single family homes. And keeping that clear. Now, we have now the we have fire hydrants, I think everything else is gonna stay as it is. And again, when we publish the rules, I know we had, in the last meeting, some surprise, it was 15 feet down here in Florida, where other people have experienced different things in other states. And that's a great time to advertise it, it truly is 15 feet. And we kind of reiterate that to the community, as part of our communication channel.
Okay, so pretty much, so if we go to the map, so we got Puerta del Sol, no parking zone. So let's go through it, right?
Agreed.
So the back alleys,
Back alleys,
red zone, because obviously, you know, it's garages, yeah, and one way,
what about the intestine? That's not an alley,
there's a middle,
it's a road, but it's a one-way.
correct. But last time, I don't know if you remember, police officer posted that he tried to go through and you have vehicle here.
Oh, no, you still the property, so you understand, we need to find one side there.
So, yeah, so this, in this case, I was, whichever is better, you know, it doesn't matter which one, people can still park, but it has to be in one way.
The Toscany should be treated the same way as the Alabama lane. Where they have the garages from the Altero, there should be no parking that side. And then the front of the Toscany should be allowed in there.
Yeah, they could certainly be a custom, though, the park on the sides.
They are
They start with one family.
No, this possible,
they override.
it's something.
He said the parking here.
They got
I want you to not over it. The park on which side of this road. That should be only one down. Yeah, once. Right, so you know the line, this side, it's still winding. Yes.
We can, yeah,
On the side. That's. Anyone who's familiar with the Tuscany and what side of the fire hydrant is on? Pretty on what side of the school for parking on that, to allow you flow of traffic. We're kind of fire. Well, yeah, it's not, they let it go around street by street and parking.
Let's see if Jared might know, 'cause I think he went around street by street, right?
He did, but I mean, we're trying to recall that.
Yeah.
I would just be much, you guys talking about, you do a more work at this tonight than you get in the next 2 months. It's really another talk about, yeah.
No, on the Tuscany. Permissible parking on the odd side of the street. And then when the thing inside, there's no parking.
Okay.
Okay. The Tuscany. So
It must be way.
the Tuscany way would be,
Actually,
so parking permissible on-site at street only.
correct.
Okay.
Okay, so that's fair enough. That town homes check. Double count.
yes,
Okay. The other hotspot we had was out in the CSW. In that cul-de-sac that's out there. Or anything you do to reduce stress on that.
if we put it as,
CSW,
huh?
the beginning of CSW on a one.
So if we are trying, so we can leave it as it is,
right?
Parking needs.
Here. Or way up. Right there. And here, the parking lot, but, yeah, it was just a little bit something.
The parking looks through here, you're not gonna be.
The reason why the previous one made that is because no garbage truck will get in there, and there is parking all around the street. That is, so all those vehicles, that house, they park all here, and this one, they park all the vehicles there. So if you get, park there, there's nobody to get. And I just. And they park here too.
Yeah, but this whole side is being full.
Yeah.
And your garbage should be.
Yes, and they have to back up multiple times, because they pick up this one, they back up, they pick the other one, they back up.
Right, right. So I don't know what's been strictly together.
I mean, yeah, the rules already say basically parking on both sides is allowed except for the cul-de-sac.
Right, no, we're
Yeah.
trying to address any hot spots.
Yeah, I know.
And I just don't think there's,
We're trying just to figure out if.
I don't think there's anything that's gonna allow additional parking.
But the other end is,
The other thing is just,
if you fall down, whatever, you can't see the cars coming, with the chair, because of all the cars. You cannot put 4 cars in there, 3 going, parking on each side of the road, and 2 cars going out, right?
yeah, you're talking about the corners, just to you and Arabella. Going to housing community,
Out of the community, out of the.
so making that left on CS view.
Yeah. You can't see traffic coming.
So then this corner, which seems to be closed.
That's easy, you have to put this right up.
Yeah.
That's there, because that's a blind spot.
Mm-hmm.
It's partially, yeah, but you can still fit a vehicle on the outside of the curb. On the front of
That is not, that map is not the scale, so.
No,
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
That no crosswalks were blocked or anything like that,
Yeah.
all that was open.
Right, but if you park on that corner in front of 2998, CSW, as you come out of the Arabella, trying to make the back on CSW, you can't see up CSW.
I think every corner has to be, and this is more, painted.
So I think you just needed to get
Yeah, it's red.
that corner painted all the way around.
Okay.
It's the same as we do coming around, so all the way to the driveway.
Yeah, basically just extend it, yeah. I think on both sides, yeah.
Yeah, it's all.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think these are parking rules situation, they're just painted.
Yeah,
And adjusting the paint on them, so I don't really need to.
Yeah, we can certainly extend the paint that's there and repaint it, yeah.
So then, like he mentioned, I think how do you call it, the budget having, one side, I think we can. But I think the only road will be this. But it's still. On this side, we want to use the one that is right at the moment. Yeah, it's, it has a nine, so it's not like. This one, so now starting.
So all number of cars by the, from the 2961 all the way to the allowed in the second.
And this one.
Parking flat fees. This is not an question, this is for the driveway.
Correct. Now, well, we said, our rule says, no parking in the public entry side, so that we're going to change that.
So then look at the signs for the room.
That's what we. Oh.
We're not, there is no parking allowed anyway.
Okay, so then. Yeah.
Hey. Yeah, correct.
I was saying that this whole parking for fire, not fire hydrant thing, I don't want it at all. And that's right. The third thing was to restrict Casabella to what it currently is, keep that restriction.
Okay.
Just give me that.
Last time, it's here, and it's supposed to. Why do that?
Right.
Okay, people speak part here, you turn here, you can't, bring that car here or there.
So there is already rent there, the prohibited, and then we get there, rent there too. But there is no lines on it.
So. Parking here.
So you're saying on Casabella, to leave it as it is.
Correct. Because it's designed today, very, only thing is that people goes to know here, last time it's here, but that's what I would say here, yeah, right.
Yeah, this seems.
And it is. It is about what the developer to design that is. But was there, they, and then. Yes.
You do the science on that, do that once.
What is it called? Follow the rules across the board on that and on.
Well, I think it also say, saying that all parking sites.
Also, but in that case, if you do that, you're already not allowing these parking here. So if we do on both sides, then. Where like these two-story house, that has like 5 or 6 cars, they go out, where they wanna park. It is parking also.
Mine was struck, we get rid of the fire hydrant.
Yes, I agree with that.
Right, so I'm just trying to make possible solution of that, so it's not like this, then that could would, right?
Yeah, but at least it's not. But it happened because we followed the safety rule, that is no parking, because just you matter, you park for this, before the road is there. We have difference.
And you, oh, you have to look over these vehicles to stop there.
Okay, so then. That would be honest.
And that's already the consignment.
Just for Kristen's documentation in there on Casabella Drive. No parking on the outside. And you have to get Jared to kind of complete the signing.
Casabella, even side parking only.
Even inside parking.
Right now, it is like that.
And it's
Okay.
currently like that.
Okay,
We just need to have a couple of signs added to the
okay.
existing signage.
Yeah, because you're missing one around 2905, give or take, that it was removed, I think like I mentioned before.
Linear and look at the bottom where Casa Bella and Siesta View come together. There's a little like flat part at the bottom of that.
Yeah,
And that has no sign on that little flat part at the bottom when they come together. But there's signage farther up Casa Bella that says no parking on the side of there.
Okay.
okay.
So Jared can just throw a couple of signs to kind of complete that linkage.
Okay,
And make it all the way across and uniform, because right now, we allow parking and that intersection on both sides.
And then also. Of the allowable in front of 2915, they have already signed it, saying no parking. So that, if you follow that route, the Alargo all the way to Casabella is the same way.
Okay.
It says no parking, you cannot park, you know, if you follow the street. Yeah, no parking.
Ooh, that's gonna be even more of a challenge.
Photos already.
The intro there, which is trying to describe it.
Yeah.
For the content, so you see where the Alargo and Casabella come together?
This way, no noise area.
oh, you're talking about here,
The street from starting the Alargo all the way to the corner of Casabella. There's a no parking zone.
it's basically.
Yeah, so we need to flip the map. So the map we have currently has Casabella parking on the odd side. We need to flip it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then,
Yes.
and then, yeah, you flip it and then you continue via Largo, and then
Yeah.
you continue all the way down to 2901 Casabella, because you need a sign there.
And then sitting on your map, we talked about the Alargo, that little strip there. Between Casabella and Union South.
And then the Largo side where is red now, the, next to the houses, that has to be regular again, the green.
Where's that?
This one. The cul-de-sac.
They told us that you're going to allow parking there.
Yeah, because here is a no parking zone in front of the Largo.
Okay, was there a concern about garbage vehicles?
No, no. It was due to a fire hydrant that is located on 2805 Via Largo. But it's on the drive, obviously nobody can park in there, and then
You
like,
get the cul-de-sac on Via Largo, they went off.
Okay.
And then no parking on Via Largo in between, hopefully, the Casabella Drive and Community Hall. And he's taking notes and.
Yeah.
a lot of it.
so all this.
Chargers
Coming around
making sure.
on the side.
All of those goals.
Everything you pre-ordered.
Nice.
Jason is taking notes, and in the past, he's incorporated the comments, he said that.
Yeah, well, we'll definitely, after, if whatever's approved tonight, we'll circulate the rules and the map to ensure. that we're- Yeah, yeah.
Drawing colors.
I think those are the ones, and then obviously, you know, do the fire hydrant, everything becomes green.
Yeah.
All the people can park there, you know, instead of being. And so the only red will be for the result all the way from the entrance all the way to the clubhouse. That's
Right, and then the alleys up in the town.
yeah, the alleys that is back Puerto del Sol. One side on Via Tuscany, and then the other one way is a no parking zone. Then where the mailboxes is a no parking, so that's good. And then the rest should be green.
So on the fire hydrants, we painting red 15 feet and 15 feet on both sides, or we just leave it like that?
It's actually, I tell you, like, very box. Because if you do that, then we're gonna be on soon.
Yeah.
Well, by state law, we were supposed to block the exit of a driveway. And
that was a headache that we didn't want to get into, so that's why we didn't enforce it. So if we're gonna leave the fire hydrant the way that it is, I'm fine. The only problem is apparently code enforcement sometimes can come in the community and hand a ticket whoever is blocking the fire hydrant. So do we have any kind of?
No, we're not, it would be an issue if our rules allowed parking in front of that fire hydrant, but that would be in conflict with state law. But, you know, we're complying with that, we're just.
Okay.
So if at some point in the future, we want to, paint the road, we can do that. My recommendation is we go with the district engineer, when he reviews code, that's usually what the engineers will do for cities before they go and paint roadways, just to make sure we're compliant with everything. So I think that would be my recommendation. At some point in the future, if you feel we need to designate that through paint with the fire hydrants, we can do that.
Okay. Yeah, because the pain is with the guy that was basically the total company, whoever is. Yeah, I'm just trying to reduce costs as well. Yeah, of course. I think I'm comfortable with the changes. Yeah. One question, commercial vehicle, because the other day I saw a van, the landscaping company, with a vehicle overnight, like we'll say like after 7 o'clock on the street. That's not allowed according to our rules, right?
If it's there for greater than 9 hours. Subject to towing. If you want to say, you know, we could try to specify that.
Yeah, I think, you know, the problem with the way that's worded is that, you know, you got to make it so that the tow truck company can enforce it, and they're not gonna mark it and come back 9 hours later on every commercial vehicle. It just makes it a challenge. I mean, you know, we're trying to capture as much as we can here, but unless you had a security team that drove around and actually monitored that and kind of kept track of it, that would be very difficult to.
Okay, are we enforcing that on page 3, the Q1 that is the announcement is required? That it will clear, so each side of the mailbox will have 50 feet of clear space?
Yes.
Are we enforcing that?
Yes.
Both sides of the road?
What we did, what we do in here is putting whatever is on the Florida statute, because we have, you know, reliable if we are not doing our due diligence. If that's something, now, if we have,
But we just also at the same time, we remove the parking on fire hydrants side of the street. So if you're parking on both sides of the street, you can't park in front of the fire hydrant, but that side of the street, if there's a legal spot, and it's parking.
Yep.
So we're not using as many spots, right, and we're allowing the tow companies the jurisdiction to say, for a mailbox, and I think that's where we have to have a relationship with them and say, this is what we're seeing, we need help enforcing.
Yeah.
The fire hydrant and mailbox push.
This is the issue we're gonna face. The street belongs to the city, but the mailbox belongs to the issue. So
I think if they're not marked, then you give the tow company the right to say that this is 15 feet and if it's not,
yes,
yeah.
I think it's difficult, but you also have to bring number that you go out and paint the roads, put signs on, as additional cost of manufacturing. So at any time we can make that decision as a board, my thought is let's start with kind of a clean slate, right? We're reading the rules, we're gonna put them out there, we're gonna really kind of socialize them. I think we did well the last time we did this, Jason, you and I worked on some kind of like common person language, and I don't expect you guys, homeowner, to understand legal, once you've been through, that kind of thing, come up with common just ways of what this is saying and attach that.
Yeah.
To be able to say, like, here's the legal, and you're interested in, here's the legal you got. This is how it's things. It helps that, you know, enforcing technology. We had a gentleman here last meeting that says, we need to fire hydrants 15 feet, it's 3 feet in New York. And there's a different. decide that it could be an issue, we can always.
And also since it mentioning fees, right? So any towing that takes, from this community, they have to take pictures. So I assume they have to measure it and take a picture like when, let's say you park on the parking hydrant, the police department, but it's the community service, the one that, it's one that they're pay service. They come, they measure your vehicle and they take a picture of the violation and they send you a ticket. But you have to be measured, make sure you are within 15 feet. If you're more, they cannot do anything. If you're 16 or 15 and a half, they cannot.
Saying that you're a student, is that legit?
So that,
Actually,
well, they take, they took every vehicle they take from here. Jason, the manager, received a photo of every violation of that vehicle, the license plate, everything, where the vehicle was located, when they took the vehicle, everything.
Because I've seen some videos where people have to run into the middle of the street to stop a tow truck from picking up a vehicle. That's doing it incorrectly.
Correct, that's something that management, that's one issue, that management is looking into, because apparently something got confused on issue, like there hasn't been an issue with towing. Issues, people have issues, but the towing has not been wrongfully taken. Only one vehicle was taken from a driveway that.
Yeah, there, so far.
That's what they say. Is it actually the truth? Do you know, is it actually true?
I get photos. Well, I get photos of the vehicle before the tow and after the tow. And any owner who believes they were towed incorrectly is free to call me. Anytime we've had issues, we've worked with the owners to either show them that they were parked in violation of the rules, or we work with the tow company to get a refund.
They should be going by the rules. Tow truck drivers should be going by the rules.
But I will say, in everything that we manage, every contract we manage, there's some problem. So mistakes do happen from time to time. We resolve them when there's a problem and the rules weren't followed properly.
But like you said, I know people have issues
Right.
and they got confrontations, those are a no-go. And that's like Corey was saying, something that we have to fix. If that cannot be fixed, then like the council was telling me, we have to find more bits and keep going until we find the right persons that can do the job in the community, because.
Right. I mean, based on the.
And we need your help. Right.
Yeah. We're here. We don't see this, we want one for months.
Right, and we're,
And WhatsApp is not official check. We need our homeowners to give us visual.
But people are just getting out of work, is no way, I come here at 7, there's no way people can give you proof that they want to.
You can send them 24/7 through email to him, and he will relay that to the business.
Yes. We've been saying that over and over and over and over.
And also, Jason has been utilizing the HOA. Sending email blasts to the community, because the CDD cannot send emails to you guys because we don't have the database.
The average cost that I have referred to, it's very cost us about $5 grand.
Oh, yeah.
We have 489 homes. Yeah. It's.
okay, all right, so, yeah, we've got to continue moving on, we've heard the public comment, now is the time for the board to speak and have conversations, unless board members want to converse with the public, but we're gonna have to, at some point, decide what we're gonna do here.
Clarification on the mailbox. In my opinion, we should not enforce and go to the mailboxes. What we're doing is sending the problem to the streets that they're gonna have open spaces, like you mentioned, 140 spots that they're gonna be loose. Your street is a proper example. It's one of the narrow street, and where both sides of the street parking is allowed. If we said like not the odd numbers or the even numbers from Marbella are not allowed, so guess what's gonna happen? All the vehicles are gonna go to one side to the other, and now you can have the whole section, either odd or even number. No service, from the post office because they don't wanna deliver, they cannot get inside the mailbox. My opinion.
But all this world is saying is that between 8 AM and 6 PM. That you can't park in front of a mailbox, that's when the service will be provided. Outside of those hours, like what an hour on Sunday, it is what it is, there's no service.
So one question, Supervisor Comas, when you do that, if you see vehicles blocking, what? I know I asked that many times to the postmaster. They told me if it's blocking, that's up to the carrier.
Correct.
To get out, and if they decide not to, you know, because it's a flow, and if you stop for every single house, your flow gets so delayed, so how, you know?
Because it's a federal law,
Mhm.
if the mailbox is blocked, they don't get delivered. The only problem that we're facing is that the house A is blocked, but the car belongs to house B. So now the person is not getting the service because somebody else is blocking the mailbox. And it's commonly this, especially on Marbella, because it's a narrow street.
But if you're blocking the mailbox, you're in violation of the Philippines. And,
Let's say, for example, if I'm blocking him, he take a picture of me, send it to Jason, saying, hey, that vehicle is blocking my mailbox. Boom, what's gonna happen? Gonna get told.
or am I not understanding what you're?
Well, well, like I mentioned at the beginning, the HOA's rules in mailboxes, we are interlocking the two agencies. Number one,
Actually, the mailbox is one of the federal government.
Correct, and then we follow the lawyer statute.
they are it's going to the house and to the CDD, even that is federal mandate. So if we enforce that at the towing, when the mailbox is blocked from 8 to 6, we're gonna have triple the time, amount of people that we have here. Because anybody else is blocking the mailbox, and sometimes it doesn't belong to the owner of the house. We have two-story houses that they have 4 or 5 vehicles because they have different rooms, they have 4 or 5 rooms. So there is no way to work.
So you're projecting and the government enforce that, and then allow people to park in front of the boxes, so now I don't get my mail on the different.
It's gonna happen anyways.
Well, the mailbox a lot, when they hit or right away, people put individual mailboxes up in front of their own house.
Now,
They're not filled anymore, and that's the major problem with the majority.
It's in the statute.
Yes.
understand, but that, the
They
day,
would want the
that,
statute cited,
the
they gave them.
architecture committee can take it, or the HOA can do that.
Who's the mailbox? Are responsible for it? The HOA or the CDD?
Well,
I think that's a different question. We're talking about towing,
Yeah,
not
so,
who's
yeah,
responsible for the mailboxes. We're gonna have to dive into HOA recorded declarations to really answer that
Seems
question.
like you're gonna change this thing about 4 times, because you're not really going in and checking to see who's responsible for
well,
what.
we don't need to.
We're
be-
responsible, if we own the roads, we own the roads, we have the ability to create these rules. I believe that that was a rule in the prior parking and towing rules, okay? It's also a state statute, 316.1965 says parking near rural mailbox during certain hours. Whoever parks any vehicle within 30 feet of any rural mailbox on state highway in the state between the hours of 8 AM and 6 PM shall be cited for a non-moving violation.
And then it's a lot of retirees that need medication that has complained many times that they have not received medication on time because somebody.
Right now, as it stands, there's no remedy for this situation. I have another person in front of mine, we don't get her all this time, we can't do anything about it.
Correct,
Having that rule would help me, and I have medications that they don't have available.
correct. And that's, and the thing is, this will be little by little, obviously, people will still parking. Yeah, people still violate it, like they do it now.
Yeah, I have to wait till then to get them.
Well,
already done. So the state statute.
Correct. We're making it crystal clear,
Correct.
so that you don't have to look at the state statutes to know what's permitted and not permitted.
Correct.
It'll be in our rules.
Correct.
So President, I'm going with the same situation will be a Armalena. Previous council, previous management company, same engineer. We never had a situation with the total with that. Now we're gonna start enforcing it. We, seeing something different now that
Yeah, there's an increase in cars. Families are growing, so there's more cars, there's nowhere to park. So now they're gonna park on top of each other. They don't go, they are, they're stating that they can't park there, and they can't park there. There's too many families growing, and it's not a problem, you just have to adapt to it. Somewhere along the line, people have kids, it becomes.
But like you said,
Yeah,
people have that.
Junior, I think you're getting out, what is my recommendation? My recommendation is always going to be if there's a threat to public safety, emergencies, et cetera, then I'm gonna say err on the side of precaution, and my recommendation would be keep with the rule or continue this public hearing until a later date so we can.
And then like you mentioned, so if it's a federal statute, obviously it's best to put it in there because it needs to be followed, right?
I don't, my recollection is that the older rule listed out several state statutes.
It
And there
listed
was a
out, right.
question about what do those statutes
Correct.
mean? Because if I'm reading this rule,
Yeah.
I don't know what they mean.
Correct.
Now, I recall going back and pulling out those statutes and
Correct.
putting them in a rule. I don't know the exact state statute. We found one for state highways that
No.
mirrors our rule. And so that's what I can provide. That's the information I can provide with this.
No, what I'm saying that like, it's a Florida statute, right? It's a violation, it's the best interest for the city to put it in there because.
Yeah, we've done that we did that in the recreation facility rules too. Our rules mirror.
And I think, again, it helps make it crystal clear for your residents, so that it's crystal clear that these are violations and these are not. Versus having your current rules, they're still violations, but you have to look at the Florida statutes as a secondary source to go, okay, this rule says go to Florida statutes, now I have to look here.
So even if the roads are public, and there is no private subdivision, can the city enforce that without getting in a liability?
Can they enforce parking and towing on the public roads? Are you talking about private roads?
Public.
Okay, we can enforce parking and towing rules on our public roads only. They're HOA roads, we can't touch them.
So what I'm getting is, if the subdivision is, the community is not private, or the roads are public, can we still enforce the towing on the blocking the mailboxes without getting any liability or any issues?
Can we enforce?
The towing when the vehicle is blocking the mailbox, and we are on public roads, but we are not private.
But we are not private.
Correct.
That's what we're doing now.
Yeah.
So we can do that, yes. If they're blocking the mailbox, we can create a rule that clearly says if you're blocking a mailbox, we can tow your car. You can do that.
What I'm trying to think is other subdivisions,
Yeah,
they are gated,
they're gated, they're private,
they are private.
right?
So that's up to either HOA to
Good
enforce
question.
the.
Whoever owns those roads,
Yeah.
whoever owns those roads, if they're county or city-owned roads, then the sheriff can come out and they can enforce that. Now, it sounds like the sheriff can still come out and enforce that if they're willing to do that. You know, we've gotten the answer from Montreal County several times up reporting that they've got basically bigger fish to fry in
Yes.
other CDs.
Yes.
And with all due respect to them, but it's just that, you know, this gives the CDD some additional powers. We only have parking and towing. We can't write tickets. We can't do a non-moving violation. All we can do is tow their car.
Let me picture this, and then this is my last point. The owner has to block his own mailbox because he doesn't have any space to park in his driveway
Okay,
or in the garage. He's gonna get his vehicle towed in front of his house, blocking his own mailbox,
yes.
and there is no other place to park, because the other side is already with either, he's not parking on this side of the road. What I'm trying to picture my street, my own street, one side you cannot park,
So if I decide to move my car on my street, in front of my house, they make my own mailbox.
And that's your discretion. If you want to remove that from the rule, the board can do that. If the board says we want to remove that, they can do that. But like, if we wanted to tailor our rule to say, if you're a resident, you can make that decision yourself and that's gonna be difficult for our tow company
Correct.
to ascertain, is the resident the one that put the car in here? And so, I think, I understand your point. And I think it's a good thing to talk about, but I just don't know how we would, with the tow-
Enforcement will be a challenge if that's allowed.
But if we do that on our ballot, so for example, that you guys leave all those vehicles from the even numbers, they're gonna come in front of your house, they're gonna block your own mailbox. Where you gonna park?
That's what I keep saying. You're losing 130 spaces.
That's already done, that's already fixed. That's already
The
done,
130 spaces came from
the one side.
the fire hydrant side. So we remove the rule that says, on the fire hydrant side of the street, no parking. So we gained some of those spaces back. We're strictly talking about a car, whether it be an owner, whether it be a neighbor, whether it be a visitor or someone on the street, is parking and blocking the mailbox. That becomes a.
So then you get as both sides of the street.
Okay,
Yeah.
right, that's
Listen, if it's from 9 to 6, it doesn't matter. I'm parking in front of my house all the time, and I get told by Jason and everyone else, I don't have any precedence to park in front of my house. It's not that way.
Right. Correct. No, yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know what you're saying.
anyone, yeah. So what, else? We got any more questions on this?
That's what we want.
Just. So we don't do this, right?
Yeah.
So, and I think just for clarification, obviously, we've had a lot of changes tonight. What we'll do is both council, Jarrett, myself, we'll all get together, revise those rules, distribute those out to the board to make sure that we got everything that's captured before we go into any enforcement phase, which is another discussion we'll have to have. That's a discussion the board's gonna have to have.
It's not fair for other residents to be waiting.
No, correct. That's what we're trying to do. They need to do the changes that we pick, yeah. So it's something that is gonna be done. At least we gotta approve them. So it's gonna be approved. The only thing is gonna be making sure on paper is good. So when you go and see them, you know that that's a part of paper.
And this is doing the one of our.
Yeah, well, we do already discuss that it's gonna be on the front and Riachuelo Lane, the cul-de-sac. So,
All right, I'm gonna make a motion.
Okay.
Make a motion to accept parking tolling rules as amended. And I don't even know what it's.
what is the resolution?
Well, I think it would be, it's resolution 2024-03.
3403 as amended.
I would say subject to council and staff review and
Yeah.
circulation to the board prior to execution.
Right, so subject to,
And ba-
staff and council to clean everything up, circulate it again, make sure we got everything that we talked about.
Yeah.
Right before, the next.
And we've got a
Just for the
recording,
record-
obviously, to
And
confirm.
then the recording as well, just for the record, we will not be making any substantive changes after tonight. If the
Correct.
board approves this, the rules will only mirror what the board has.
Correct. Correct.
When they will be effective.
I mean, technically, they would be effective tonight.
As soon as they give it to us.
There's been requests about finding a different tow vendor and I would. make
That's,
a
I think that's a separate discussion
Yes.
when we start enforcing it.
Yeah.
But in technical terms, both the amenity rules that you approved earlier and these would be effective now.
Right.
It's just a matter of how quickly we can actually get to enforcing it and finding a tow vendor that you're comfortable with.
So I second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? All right, the rules pass unanimously.
Thanks.
What was that?
I agree with.
Yes, in favor?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so it passes unanimously. Then we would need a motion to close the public hearing.
Those are close public hearing.
Second the motion.
Okay. Motion is. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Very good. Public hearing is closed, passes unanimously. We can take whatever items you want. I will note that we do have Rhonda on the phone, for the bond refinancing, if you want to quickly go through that information, or what, we can kind of take it as the board's request at this point.
I don't think any information, that's a bond,
It was the, yeah, I don't respect her kind of use to get out of this. Could she give us like an abridged version?
Now, well, let's see if we can ask her to unmute or can you unmute, Rhonda?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did I hear you wanted the abridged version of the presentation?
Yes, please.
Okay, so at the last board meeting, the board discussed their interest in exploring a financing for a capital improvement program that's to be determined. The board will put together the items that they want to refinance, but in the interim, I put together some information for you that provides you with the timetable and the financing cycle, what will be involved in doing a credit package to get the bonds rated and insured, the assessment area, the preliminary analysis of a $4.5 million project and a bond sizing of about 5.445 million, and the resultant in annual assessments over a 30-year period for the townhomes would be about $538 a unit. For the single family homes would be about $803 a unit. And that's based upon a $4,500,000 project. So you can look at that, determine if you want a project half that size, twice that size, put together your improvement plan. And then when you get back to me and tell me how much money you need, I'll tell you what it would look like. Do you want
So the townhomes, it's $538 a year for 4.5 million bond sizing versus single family is $803 per year. Is that
That's
correct?
Yeah, and then why you got single family 355 homes?
That's what,
It should be 351.
okay,
Looking at the regional plans, the builder wants to,
Yeah, that might have been based off the original methodology, which it might have been slightly adjusted, but I don't think it's not gonna change the numbers very much.
Okay.
And then, Brian, it looks like it's a potentially 3-month process from when you have everything you need to start the process of moving forward.
it's depending upon the timing of your board meetings, it would be between 90 and 120 days. So that's the rule of thumb. And that's from the time you put together the improvement plan and you have an engineer's report. From that point forward, that would be the timeline. So I imagine you guys will talk about that, decide what improvements that you want to pursue and get back to me.
And basically the engineer's report is just gonna lay out the project. So what repairs will be made with the bond money. So, okay.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan, Brian. We'll have some discussion around it and get back to you.
Okay, great.
All right,
Thank you.
thanks, Rhonda.
Thank you. Good night.
Right.
that, we need to, put in the agenda for January, the ones that we were going to discuss.
Research.
The research study.
Yep.
That's gonna tell us if we need more than that, which I believe we will.
Okay.
Let's see.
Yeah, I've got on my calendar to bring the reserve study back in January, so.
Yeah, we're gonna be $10 million.
Boy.
So the next item then is obviously we had a request, to purchase a ping pong table. Based on Jarrett and I's discussion, we just want to make sure if the board is inclined to move forward with it, we just want to know the location. Your preferred location for it, but we'll open it up for any discussion of the board.
Why do they want to do that?
That's the question.
I think,
I mean, typically this room is locked, so we can have it in here as like an extra thing, but people are having parties, they're taking up the whole room, do they want it here? We can put it out there.
what I was thinking on the, I don't know if that's, is we have a lot, right? So to know who's using it and who's not, right? You said the code requested it to management, they use it. Or an outdoor room, to be outside, but I know people want to utilize the clubhouse. Yeah, I'm just saying, people want to utilize the clubhouse. We used to have one way back and it went up, but yeah, we used to have one and people utilize. But
I have experienced that we need to have other things.
First,
That's first, but you go over together. And keep this as an idea for the future as we. Have the ability to do. I think there's more important things in the moment.
yeah.
All right, then we can proceed. We've got a license agreement, for driveway apron renovation. This is for Mr. Gagnon. We will note for the purposes of the recording that he has submitted a conflict interest, so he will not be voting on this item, as it affects his personal home.
I guess, technically you have to announce on the record why you won't be, why you will be abstaining from voting on this.
Okay, so, I will be considering this one as the property question, I am the team, one of the team owners.
Okay. Thank you.
So we can vote on it.
He can't vote on it. The rest of the board can vote.
Okay, got you.
And just for the board's clarification, we did run this by the district engineer. He's comfortable with the form and the way it's improved. Obviously, we've also been provided some of the county guidelines, which we provided. I know you're going for a county building permit, so all of those regulations will be done as part of the project.
Is it also correct that you've done the HOAs?
The HOA has signed off on the aesthetic portion of it. For the upper portion, the lower portion of this project, we're replacing as is with growing finish. So the aesthetics really change, bringing it to match with the driveway, which we found that was actually coming forward. You replace with your driveway, you have to replace things for it to match. We also found out that the county does not need permit for driveway. The county canceled our permit, and we had a lot of discussion with the inspector, fixed his range, people to see his aspect of things. But they don't new ones, that whole thing, but they really don't care. And then also for some of the aesthetics, that he discussed different things for reasons why it was interesting with the brain.
Yeah. All right, so I'll go over a couple of the key terms in here. This is our standard license agreement. We would use this, we've also used this if people want to do construction on their property, but have to go through the CDD's property. This one has a couple additional terms that I can go through, but basically the term of this would be 1 month from the effective date. The effective date would be the construction start date. And then we have pre-use and post-use inspection and restoration rights. So we would ask that the homeowner meet GMS's team prior to beginning work, and then after beginning work. Under this agreement, they're going to agree to restore the property to its original condition at the sole discretion of the CDD if requested by the CDD by written notice. Also that the homeowner will repair any damages within 14 days, and if they fail to do so, the CDD could place a lien on their property to reimburse the CDD for our restoration purposes. Paragraph 6 is that important indemnification. So the homeowner will be responsible for indemnifying and holding the CDD harmless, which means pay for our legal defense in the event that the CDD is sued as a result of some work that's being done by the resident on the property. The indemnification damages provision and the post and pre and post-use inspections and restoration obligation paragraphs, they survive the termination or cessation end of this agreement. Okay, so that will be a responsibility on the resident or future homeowner. It will apply to their successors. So I believe that this agreement protects the CDD to the extent we need in writing from the resident. If you're comfortable with it, I have no objection to approving it.
What they're asking is an extension, right? And the engineer agrees.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, we'll do a motion to do a license agreement for the driveway apron of 2975 Marbella Drive.
Second.
So I guess it's all to me.
Yes.
Second.
Just a second.
We've got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
I abstain.
Yep, we got you. The following item, I know there was some discussion from the board about possibly suspending towing during the holidays, but I think it leads into kind of another discussion with what we want to do with the tow vendor while we're here. We did kind of temporarily over the last few days, because of the kind of the temperature in the neighborhood, did ask them to just kind of slow down for a couple of days. So we can get through this meeting, look at the new rules. So we can certainly ask them to restart at any time we feel like it's necessary, or we can look at a new vendor. It's really up to the board. And I know Kristen's got some legal.
Yeah, I think just based on, what we've heard today, some of the emails that I've seen come through, I'd probably make a recommendation that we go through the public bid process to see what other vendors are out there. Bring back proposals, perhaps there was some specific terms that were requested by residents. We can talk to those tow vendors. I haven't seen tow vendors agree to like penalties or something like that. But we can certainly explore that, but just based on the feedback that we've got from residents, I'm gonna make that recommendation.
And then
So we
obviously,
pursue a public bid process. For the tow
and then to make a contract, an agreement with them to make it where, like what you heard from them, 3 vehicles before, tow trucks coming in, just to make it where,
Absolutely.
one, I don't know, twice a week. We don't know what days, but
Yeah.
just to, because some days with this company, they don't tow, let's see, for a week or something, and then
Right.
suddenly come
Yeah.
blasting. And
Right.
I understand that if everybody's doing the right thing, nobody has to worry about it, but I understand also the way that they are, I don't know, directing to residents, so that worries me as well. The way that some residents say they talking, verbalizing each other, so I know Torland said they have cameras.
Yeah.
I requested just to see what interaction.
I followed up with that. I've not received the videos.
Because
So
they say they have video and audio, every interaction they have with any tool, plus the pictures, so,
Okay.
but as of now, I didn't see it yet.
So I think we've got kind of 3 questions. So I guess question number 1 would be, do we want to suspend towing through Thanksgiving so that we're not? I mean, it's really up to the board. I was just looking at the short term at this stage.
Yeah, well, no, what I would like is on holidays, weekends or holidays, pretty much that we know it's a lot of people, but people need to follow the rule, obviously. But, because I know what happened before when we stopped the towing on January last year, everybody was, what's going on back in March? Everybody was pissed. This guy is blocking me here and there. Everybody's complaining. Then we put it back again on July. It's like something they wanted, something they don't.
I think the ultimate question, I hate to be this person, but how quickly do you think you guys can get everything put together and put the new rules in effect? I think that may relieve some of the stress.
Correct.
Where we may not have to remove this for the holiday season. No pressure, you guys win the right.
Well, I mean, as of now, we've asked them to just stop towing. So if you want, we can have them resume under the current rules the prior rules through, through the time we can get them up in place. If you don't want them through the week of Thanksgiving, we can obviously take them down for that week of Thanksgiving. I mean, you guys have full flexibility.
So
Just kind of, I wasn't sure which direction you guys were looking at.
You could also, we could look for bids or proposals from other tow companies, bring them back December 12th.
but I don't.
To this meeting. Okay.
The meeting is in December.
No.
We said December 12th, that's what you said.
But we scheduled.
That's your next scheduled meeting. I know the intent of the board was to probably cancel that meeting, so.
Yeah.
Everybody's
Yeah.
saying something.
No. It's scheduled just in case we need it. Can we also, I know we gotta find dates, so it's gonna take until January to get, but with this, can you write an email to Toland? Make sure that they, I don't know the interaction they have, obviously, president tell us something.
I'm gonna tell you the interaction,
It's just bringing back, that's just bringing back bad blood to the table.
Yes.
And you're gonna get the community all wound up.
what is worries me is the interaction that the lady like 2 meetings ago came in. That her vehicle was towed, the husband came out, and the husband said, I have a gun, and the tow truck driver says, I have a gun too. So that's like a Wild West showdown, that a vendor shouldn't demonstrate that kind of behavior when it's being threatened like that.
You have a right to defend yourself. You can tell them that they can't, I wish they would not act like that, however, the residents should not be acting like that, and you go up and threaten. And we're asking the company to, enforce the rules, but when the resident is the one that is involved, they want to fight them and argue with them and curse them out, they're going to get cursed out.
Yeah, that's good.
It's not great, but ideal, we can try to find a company that doesn't do that, but I'm already gonna tell you that's gonna be extremely difficult, we're just gonna be churning.
And realistically, I mean, while we go through that public bidding process, I mean, that's your current vendor. I mean, until we terminate that contract, that's the current vendor we have on the books. Unless you're choosing to terminate that contract this evening, which would leave us with no vendor. I mean, that's the reality. I mean, like, if that's just, where you're at.
What I would like is to put it in writing, to them, making them accountable in the way that they need to act, drive, make sure it's already in writing. Until we can get something, because I know from now to January, if we stop this, we're gonna receive plenty of calls. Why you don't have towing? What happened with the towing? Because it's going to happen. And obviously in the holidays, I won't, don't like having towing around, the holidays.
In my experience, we should put a moratorium once again. For the reason that you are implementing no blocking on the mailbox from 8 to 6, nobody knows the rule, except the people that are here or anybody that is complying.
But we're not gonna implement those yet. We're gonna be using the current ones.
Don't you say that we're going to enforce those rules as of today, November 14th?
We would enforce them as soon as we finalize them and get a vendor in place, but I've also heard that I'm not 100% sure if you guys are comfortable with the current vendor we have in place, so that's.
And I'm making a recommendation for.
No, I would like to find one, but then.
Maybe we do a special meeting or something so that we can see.
Well, then I think the process would be maybe we keep them in place until we select a new vendor. I mean, that way you at least have a vendor in place and you can I'll let anybody know that calls that, we're in the process of selecting a new vendor. But.
So we put in the podium, then
That's.
if we find a new vendor, we just gonna give them a new set of instructions. Because no company has a lot of control of their employees, from the towing employees that they are out here. They don't know. They can tell you, I'm gonna follow the rules, and then when they come here, they do whatever they want. Because that happened with the previous company as well. Not all the drivers were courtesy and workers were professional. We had a situation with the previous one before. It's not everything is agreed. Everybody presents a different set of problems. So a lot of people mentioning, and we are having a situation with this company, that if we put a moratorium, at least we'll calm the community down, and until we get a new vendor in place. I agree with you.
And your next meeting is, if you skip the December meeting, it would be January 9th. I think if we start the bid process, we should be able to have bids for that meeting. Or at least responsive vendors. And that gets you through Christmas, New Year's, and Thanksgiving. In which the understanding I'm hearing is that you probably don't want to tow during those 3 weeks anyway. So, I mean, that kind of would start the new year fresh with a new tow vendor, and we could certainly just terminate the agreement with Towlando and let them bid under the new terms, but again, it's really up to you
No,
guys.
like I said, if, you know, we decide that we're good, I explore the option, but I know for sure something is gonna happen, and then we are gonna be out of option. I prefer, I don't know, like keeping them on a leash, where.
Well, I'm just wondering, we. What, yeah, and I mean. Hard to explain, like. Roll back on letting them be autonomous and more like if you're gonna complain.
Correct.
The problem with that is then it becomes selective enforcement to some degree. So somebody's gonna say, well, I live in the other side of the neighborhood and nobody's calling for me, and why aren't they towing? I mean,
That's what I was thinking.
I mean, we certainly, as an option, as you know, the chair is indicating, we can keep Towlando, we can still seek bids. Bring those bids back to you in January, and then, you know, just not tow the weeks of those holidays.
I mean, they're looking at 6 weeks, and we look back at least 2 of those weeks off, probably 3 of those weeks
That's-
off, correct, in reality. You go without a vendor, we have 3-day termination contract, so
We can direct them to stop.
we can do more than 30 days, so.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's at least 30 days, we can terminate the agreement, but we're not paying them anything.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I'm just thinking that in the event that we needed them for something. But he didn't be up the creek, but would we need them for anything? Would there be any reason that we would have asked them to come and tow eventually?
I guess, I mean, we could ask them to call district manager first for authorization to tow. We'd ask them to come out once a week. It's really up to you all, but.
Right now, it's, well, suspended based on days, so. Let's say, for example, something happened on this point company facing there, so he can keep it suspended, right? But someone in hand, just in case something transpires.
And that's what I was thinking, but why would we need someone to tow according to the proceeding?
Well, he can put it back.
Yeah, now that's something enforcement.
No, he can put it back and say, hey, you can come and start towing.
Yeah, but he would need a motion for the board to put that memorandum back.
No, I'm not saying monitoring. No, he can say,
Oh,
stop.
Delegate Jason.
Yes.
the one that did.
Yes. Like, as of now, that's what he is. He already has a motion for it to do as he thinks it's necessary for the district on towing. For the reason he stopped it for a little while, and said, you know.
When you mentioned the suspension, to him to stop, did they counter back to you, Jason? with an-
A little bit, they kind of said, you know, what you would expect them to say, listen, this is a tough job, we get in confrontations, that's what happens. All of our staff has GPS, we track them all, no one's speeding through your neighborhood. I mean, that's the answer that you're gonna get.
It's too many conversations. It's not one.
That's kind of the reason why I wanted to just
Then
bring the temperature down a little bit before we got here tonight.
Yeah, you know, Osceola County has a list of some tow vendors that they use. We could reach out to them. Somebody could delegate authority to one supervisor to basically approve entering into like a temporary
Yeah.
agreement with one of these Osceola County tow companies until we get bids back so that you have some coverage, but it's not the current vendor. And then you'll get proposals in, you can negotiate with that, with the, you know, the bidders for.
So what happened if you're in an emergency zone and you bring in somebody from X company?
Well,
And we still have the contract with this one,
so
is there any kind of like?
there's a challenge because they probably won't come in because they have to have signage throughout the community and there can only be one. Like, we can't call any because we're a public entity. We have to have a contract with one.
We do what council say, we have to cancel and get the.
Yeah, and they have to put up new signs with
Yeah, the
their,
signs that they have to be up, but you might like them too. There's 3 vendors on that list. I don't know if they have availability either. We don't
I
know.
mean,
There is not a lot of companies because our rule says that it has to be within what, 10 months, 10 months?
well, that's state statute, yeah, and I mean, again, I'll say in fairness that the tows that I'm seeing are in vast majority in accordance with your rules. You know, the methods they're using might be a challenge, but you know, it's definitely a hard decision, so I don't envy.
I would go with the suspension that they have right now and I start looking for another company.
Okay.
And I know council.
I do kind of like just having them chill and keeping them on board for now, because if we do get to a big problem, or at some point in 2 weeks, if one street becomes just an absolute nightmare and you guys go, listen, we got to do something. You know, we're not announcing to the community that, you know, the rules we're not enforcing right now. So
Can we, how much, time we have to give them notice, or we can just cancel it?
Actually, their contract, I just looked, it says,
Because then what we can do is, I don't know, already.
I mean, it remains in effect until terminated with written notice to the other party.
Oh, so it's, okay, so it can be one day.
Section.
I'm just looking just to make sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I agree with that.
All right, so we'll keep them on board. If a big issue comes up, I'll just use my authority and try to get it handled, but try to keep them in here as little as possible until we get somebody else.
Correct.
Sounds good. The following item, and I want to thank Jarrett, we were able to actually find a cleaning company that would go along with the terms. So we were able to track down DBS Building Solutions. So we've actually already gone ahead and entered into that agreement with them based on prior authorization from the board. For 5-day-a-week cleaning, and I think you've met with them if you want to just kind of go over.
Correct, so I met with them on Friday, give them all their stuff, they can look for access and everything like that. They're typically gonna be coming around nighttime, 7 to 9-ish, somewhere in there, their crew, they were supposed to start yesterday. There was, they sublet to their different companies that will come out and do the cleaning, they had it on the schedule, and I guess there was just confusion, they thought it was tonight, but they needed to be out here. So they're actually gonna start tomorrow. I just got confirmation of that, but the company or the vendor has been very amicable with matching our times and what we wanted and making sure that we're getting things to be delivered on. And so we'll see how that goes. As of right now, the pricing is good. I like the vendor. Is this a vendor for you guys? I've never used this vendor before. So we were going around looking for more cleaning companies and they came with this option.
And like I mentioned, you know, I know we signed the contract and all, the agreement. So we talked to them about the cleaning of exterior, you know, corners and webbing. I know.
Yes, yeah, we revised the agreement to include all that.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, because I don't know if you saw the price.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, so outside of the, when, yeah.
Yeah.
There will also be a full initial deep cleaning done this week, or on Thursday, but this one will plan for spring one. Just because the place is a little beyond basic maintenance. Yeah, so they'll go through absolutely everything that deep cleaning, and then basically be our normal routine maintenance by next week.
After they get up, look, they go behind.
In the way.
Oh, that thing, all the way up there.
Oh, the big.
I think so, because they say.
We have one-time service.
They say that in some of them, they like one of the once a month, and it costs once.
Yeah.
We're not even that. I'm just checking the information on the company, okay, the first year in 2021. I don't know what they gave us that address in Hawaii, they have another address in Heller Beach. Okay. This the name is. Dean Denuncio, is that the person that you can do? Denuncio, Dean Denuncio. Denuncio. That's what they have here.
Police department. Yeah, but Jersey, you know, some.
Yeah.
Nobody else. Yeah, these are. That's his name?
I believe that is his name off the top of my head. I met him once or twice, but I'm dealing with his like regional manager right now in Indeed.
Yeah, council, I have this question. We have a Rhode Island ambulance here. Are Osceola County and Florida State are gonna supersede in case that we need to go to, court with this person, with this benefit. It doesn't matter that they have a Rhode Island ambulance.
So that's why we have, you're talking about paragraph 25 or 21 governing law and jurisdiction.
Yeah.
So this means that if there's litigation, that litigation will be held in Osceola County. Because it's especially important because this is a Rhode Island corporation. Because they could try to make an argument that the jurisdiction for litigation is in Rhode Island, which would require us to go there. So when they sign this, they have to come to Osceola County to sue them. Or vice versa.
My point is, why do they have a Rhode Island ambulance when they have the listing office here in Florida?
Yeah, so that's common. It's just, it was a corporation that was established in Rhode Island. They're doing business in the state of Florida. So we've got it looks like their principal and their mailing address is in Rhode Island, but I mean, we can still do business with them.
So Dean is in Rhode Island and Diane is with 0 is on Delaware Beach, Florida. Yeah, no, they said Bel Air.
Oh, Bel Air,
Bel
okay.
Air Beach, I don't know what that is. Never heard of Bel Air Beach.
I think I've heard of it. I don't know.
Is that the person that you've been thinking? So Raymond is the person that I met. This page here was prepared by Raymond. Yeah. That's the reason for that for maybe website.
So anyway, so the city discovered every aspect, you know, with this agreement.
Full indemnification if they damage city property while they're here, if we're listed as an additional insured on their insurance. Yeah, it's our standard.
Yeah.
And then how do you find that company? They just got to you, or how you found?
I don't 100% remember.
No, because I know you were looking for many.
I think we just, start using Google.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, because I know we look for many.
Honestly, it was almost like a miracle. I really don't remember how I met them. I met them and I think I've seen them.
So
There is a 30-day termination
Yes.
clause in here.
Yeah.
If we're unhappy with their services, we can terminate it.
Yes. So we'd be looking for a motion to ratify.
Should ratify the services by
DBS. DBS.
Yes.
the service agreement, for.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. With that, we go to council's report.
Okay, great. Just a few updates for you all. So the Truist bank account issue that we've been discussing, how CDD got refunded a portion of that total amount that's due. We're still pursuing the approximately $9,000. The prior vendor has received a denial letter since the last meeting stating that Truist will not reimburse the CDD. I have sent an email to their lawyer and I'm continuing to pursue that. By the next meeting, if it's not progressing forward, then we're going to talk about what options the CDD has to pursue that from other angles.
Yeah, we're also going through our insurance company to see if we would have any coverage for fraud and theft through our insurance provider as well. So we're exploring those options.
Yeah, I was about to ask, because I know you put in your time on that, so we are recouping something, but then we are draining, in this, can we recoup
Yes.
any legal expenses?
Yeah, if we go after them, we're going to be asking for attorney fees.
But at the moment, no.
That was included.
We did request, yeah.
Demand letter, yeah.
Okay.
And so basically they're saying they were not at fault because they provided notice to Drews of the fraudulent claim within the required period of time. I've asked for backup on that, and that's what I'm continuing to pursue, but our initial demand was for the total approximately $25,000 plus the fees that the CDD has incurred for my time and even management time to deal with this issue. So, you know, they're taking a position that they're not responsible for the remaining 9. We are going to continue to pursue that, and then we're going to have a discussion if by the next meeting, we're not going, we're not getting anywhere, we're going to talk about what options the CDD has.
Do you have a ballpark cover how many time to invest in this issue?
I don't know. It's taken a lot of time. There was things that needed to be reviewed before we could even talk about this with that particular vendor. So we have recuperated approximately $16,000 so far. So, but
60%.
Yeah.
So can we go to mediation with that issue?
potentially the agreement, and I don't want to get into too many specifics on the record on this, but there is a mediation clause that would require us potentially to go to that. So that's going to kind of be part of the conversation that I have with Harvard. Yeah, and we, you know, I'm happy to talk about that offline too, about specifics into that issue, but basically we're pursuing it. And then I had a conversation with Jason, as we just said, that, you know, we might as well submit this to our insurance carrier, see if they can assist. There's been other issues before where carriers will sometimes be able to get the other carrier to pay out. So that would probably be the easiest route if they determine that our policy covers that type of claim. So I think we're still kind of waiting for their review to be complete of that. And then we'll have more information to you, I'm sure, by the next meeting on how that's going. And then there was a question as to ownership of the underlying parcel for the boat lift. I ordered title work, a title commitment, to be able to see what exact encumbrances exist over that track, if there was any reference to maybe an easement for this boat lift, etc. So I'll bring that back to you all once I have that.
Which are we looking for?
There's the track where the boat lift is located on. It's like tract A.
The dock.
Or I'm sorry, the dock. Thank you.
The dock.
Boat down, right, the boat down. So we determined, you know, we've discussed at the last meeting, it's owned by Osceola County now, that the underlying parcel, there was a request to try to see, do we have any rights to maybe put back that boat dock there, or et cetera.
Or bring it to us once we pay for it.
Where did I saw? I think you have to, I'm gonna do some digging. I have to see, because when we lost that track, for it wasn't paying, I believe that when public and somebody bought it. And I don't know, is that part of this warehouses that they want to build back there. Then when they realized that was closed section, they stopped. That was back in 2019, 2020. So I'm gonna check it.
Yeah, I know the county denied the zoning to these houses, and now it's a wetland. So now the county just put that as a wetland.
Okay, well, I'll bring back the results of the title search. It's just a couple $100 to order that. I haven't really expended any other time really diving deep into the issue. We've ordered the title work, and then we'll bring it back. And then you all can decide, do we want to go back to county, et cetera, for an easement or something like that. So, all right, that, and then there was some work done on the spike strip issue, and Jason has submitted that same issue to the insurance carrier as well, because that vendor is taking a position that they're not responsible as a result of basically at some point they're stating that they had recommended to the prior board that maintenance be performed. That's their position. I don't want to get into any.
Yeah.
I'd rather not we go into discussion on that because we're still trying to iron that issue out. So if you have comments on it, call me after or call Jason afterward.
But
We can talk
any
about
claims
that.
we've gotten for tires, we've turned into our insurance company, so we're letting them kind of run with that claim at this stage.
How many claims do we have?
I have 3 that I've received.
Three. Even that the spikes are not working properly.
Well, the tires were damaged.
So how come the tires were damaged if there is only one section working?
These may have been prior, they're not, the claims are not specific to a certain date or time necessarily. It's that the spikes damaged their tires.
Because somebody tried to claim that their vehicle was over on for the specifications, trying to claim something through the CCD, and the previous board denied that. Now people are allowed to receive compensation for that.
Well, as far as I know, no one's received any compensation, so it's going through the insurance for their claim to process. So they process it through whatever process they go.
Are we getting affected if our insurance says go ahead and pay these people? It's gonna be a liability for us, I mean, monetary, that we have to compensate these three.
We wouldn't have to compensate them. What may happen is it may change your insurance rate going forward.
Yeah, but they still have to do their investigation. So sometimes the insurance provider will go to the other insurance carrier and say, look, you're liable, you need to cover this.
Yeah.
So we don't have the specifics. We can ask the
Correct.
insurance company, kind of the result of if they end up paying out. on
Yeah,
it.
again, I think by the time we get to the next meeting, we'll have some more concrete information.
But I understand your point is that, okay, if our insurance is gonna go up by $4,000 as a result of the $2,000 claim, does that make sense?
Yeah.
So we'll have to ask those
Yeah.
questions to the insurance company and bring it back. But right now, they're just reviewing the situations.
For the time that the spikes were there in the previous war, they would still claim. And not an issue, I don't know what is different now. So if we take the spikes out, how much we pay for the spikes, we take out?
2800.
2800, so almost $3,000. Are the signs gonna be removed, the one that says not coming in traffic?
Yep. Yeah, with the claims that we received, we just thought, we worked with council and thought it was imperative to just get them out at this stage and not incur any additional potential claims.
Yeah, that was my legal recommendation to the district manager because we were gonna face additional damages because they started coming in one after the other at that point.
Yeah, myself, I heard from some residents that the spike on the exit close to the gate was getting stuck. So every time you work on it, you feel a bump, and that's when your tire was getting, I don't know which one it was, but it was the one on the exit, it was getting stuck. And a resident, I don't know if she did, but she lived around Margella, and she replaced it twice, her tire. It was a big vehicle. I told her anything that is CDD related to contact you. I don't know if she did, but she had like a Yukon type vehicle and her 4 tires got damaged. But I don't know if she did. I told her, I gave all the information, but I don't know if she did. So yeah, they were getting stuck,
They would never maintain, so that's why they were.
Well, we haven't verified that.
That's okay.
Yeah.
That they're taken back. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, so that was just 3 items that I was gonna discuss with you all, but if you have any questions from me, I'm here to answer them.
I'll try to quickly move through mine so Jared can get to more important things. We've got the approval of minutes of your October 10th meeting. Those minutes are in summary form and available as part of your agenda. We can take any corrections or changes or a motion to approve.
Yeah, I think it's on letter B, consideration of revised rule chapter 2, where it says 368 sports should be spots.
Gotcha, okay.
That's what it's on.
Got a change. Is there a motion to approve with that amendment?
That's good.
No.
with it.
I second the motion.
Motion and a second to approve as amended. All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. I know most of these action items are on Jared's list. As far as the gate system, I think we're kind of pending a camera issue at this point, but we're still looking at hopefully,
27.
hopefully. We'll let him go through that. The AC system has been repaired and completed.
If you want, this is all.
Yeah, we'll just let him go through his report. We already talked about the spikes. The next item then is the approval of the check register. We've got checks 5756 through 5790 for $110,360.95. Both Jared and I can answer any of those if you have any questions.
And then while the implementation of what we talked about, checks and stuff, that issue has been.
Yes, checks are now clearing. There was because of the fraud issues, so the board's aware, because there was one check you'll see that was actually refunded. Because of the fraud issue, we put some additional fraud things in place. So there's a different check process we had to go through. So we had a couple vendors that had some checks that didn't get to go through because of the fraud stuff we put in effect. But we've got all that cleared out now, so all the checks are done.
Should be the game vendor guys as well.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Don't you think that he's gonna take it like he was on purpose?
I tried to explain to him multiple times that it wasn't. It's certainly not anything that anyone did on purpose. The last thing we want to do is hold them up, but again, we also don't want to have you guys have another $30,000 worth of fraud charges either, so. We believe all that's been resolved.
The check register is one thing that I was page 4. What is this? What is truncated dooms or domes?
Oh.
Truncated dome to your ADA domes out here that were installed. Okay.
Yeah, they're the little mats on the ground that have the bumps on them.
Yes.
Yep. That's their technical term. If you ever want to seem fancy, that's throw out truncated domes. Is there a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve checks registry.
Okay. Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Now you've got your balance sheet and income statement. It's only 1 month of the year, so it's really hard to get any actuals at this point, trends. And you've also got your police reports. And with that, we'll let Jared go through his field manager report.
Like this. Super quick, new tile installed on the median there. Loose out in the median as well as at the residence house where it was damaged when they were doing the chair repairs. We replaced 2 new dog park stations that had rusted out and were becoming a safety hazard. Paul Craig is scheduled for later this month for the pool and spa repairs here. So if you look at the top right picture, the whole pump system that we had was just looking a mess. There was some garbage and everything there. So I had the vendor clean all that out. I wasn't happy with how it looked because during debris starting to get into the pump area. And some of that is from sediment from the pool that's getting flushed into the filtration system that's supposed to. Some of that is the chemicals that are used to make sure the filters stay clean. But we're at the time of year where that needs to be replaced. These filter grids should be replaced annually for the pool to be running optimal. So those are things that we have proposals for replacing. We have proposals for replacing the spa heater out here to get that whole system functional, which we'll get into after this. Summary that I have here. There's a couple of the parts in there that are going to need to be replaced. The bottom right is one of the main problems with the spa. It's all just rusted out and they just need to be replaced and updated. And then for the ADA lift, the battery pack is going to need to be replaced and the control and handle, there's no buttons on it, so that needs to be replaced too. So
How does it cover? I speak about, does it cover in decent condition, that thing?
Yeah.
The cover, it's faded, it's completely faded, but it's working, it's actually not that.
Usually the 80 results in that kind of material structure. it will eventually tear, especially in the big storms and stuff like that. As of right now, the integrity is decent. It's it's $1,000 for the place, that's why I asked.
Yeah.
Is it time? Is it not time? Sounds like it's worth a 30-40%. I think you're good for a little while.
I know you mentioned the battery and the remote, so that's already in proposals or not?
No, that's gonna be coming.
Okay.
When I reviewed everything for this stuff, that was discussed and they're working on that, but they have to contact Speed and get pricing and everything like that, so it's super locally on that. The good thing is Speed is located right here off of Michigan. So anything that we would need, we would basically have that day, it doesn't have to be ordered. The new AC unit was finally installed, as you can tell, it was much colder in here today. How much was it cost? It was 75.
Yeah, yeah, it was well under the not to exceed the board approved.
Yes.
Yep.
It was only one,
Yep.
Just the one, yes.
we have two here.
I'm sorry?
How many units we have? We have two.
We have 2 units, only the one was replaced, and that was the model from 2005. This comes with 10-year warranty, I believe it's a 1-year full labor and everything warranty. The biggest problem with the last one is it was using an outdated Freon, that is extremely expensive, it was gonna cost as much to repair as to replace it, so. Went ahead and got that done. We started the process for changing out all the emergency exit doors, push-to panic bar exits. The problem with the other one that we have here is crown molding was not letting us use these models, so we have already ordered the new model that we would need. It's basically that same style with a vertical bar that would go up. That way, you know, if you're in the crown molding or anything, it's still gonna work. We just waiting for that to be. As soon as that's in, we'll have to have it here installing that. All the rest of the floors for the main areas were cleaned up. They did bathrooms out here today, or they were supposed to. I haven't checked it, but that was the plan, was that they were coming out here to do that. New security flow lights were installed. These are much brighter, much better sensors and everything. We'll have to adjust them slightly just because they were designed to be wall mounted, not ceiling mounted like the prior lights. And that's minor things that we'll do. They should all be up and working today. For roof repairs, we did get proposals for the roof repairs. There's a couple of options. You have a basic tile replacement, which is kind of an outdated thing. Yes, it would match the overall aesthetic of the rest of the community, but I don't think that should be a determining factor if you were deciding to spend money on that. There is metal tile versions, but limited vendors who works on that. I would either recommend going with concrete tile or this new metal snap block material that everyone's shifting to. That stuff comes with a 30 to 40 year warranty, depending on what the color is of the roof, and we can always just repaint the roof. The warranty will cover the fading and everything after a certain time. The good thing with that is there's no screws or anything that's exposed, nothing is rusting, it increases the lifespan of it, and everything's rated for 180 mile-an-hour winds. That would be my recommendation to go if you guys. For the gate, we did remove the speed bump, have the new, or excuse me, we removed the spike strips and have the new, have them filled with asphalt. You can see the pictures of what it looked like inside of there. Those spike strips are now being stored at our offices on the same cloud, so if we ever need them at some point, they're available. We'll make sure they're cleaned out and ready to be installed, and that's the decision that we want to get to. For the cameras, most of the system has been installed. The vendor did send me an update today that the cameras that are there to capture the license plates, they have water damage in them because they have waterproof boxes for the casing and for the cord. Somebody drilled holes into it, so water has gotten in. The lines are bad, the cameras are bad, so they have to replace all of that for the ones there, and the reflectors are bad on them as well.
Whoa. How they have holes in them?
Whoever installed them.
I don't know, they clean that one.
So took the equipment, repair?
The equipment's still there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a camera cut down.
And from the description from the vendor, it sounds like whoever was installing it, instead of using the water box properly, they should drill a hole in it to make it easier for feeding lines. Just a bad decision. That's just what the vendor did. So we do have a proposal for replacing those two cameras, with the damage from that. Any questions on that information before we get into the proposal here? No. Okay. We'll start with the new tech one, because that's going to be the more priority item to get this gate up and running. The plan right now is to have the gate fully in operation by the 27th, as long as we get these cameras in. That way we're not interfering with Thanksgiving at all, as soon as that weekend is done, we're ready to go. Everything else mechanically is working with exception to this. So the proposal to replace those two cameras and the line and everything is $2,770.
And this is our cameras that are needed, for capturing,
Correct.
This is what captures the license plate, which is the most critical part of knowing the vehicle that comes in.
What's the total of the state so far? Every month you're paying 2,000, 5,000, this.
About the gate, it's like 70 something thousand, that's something, security, that's something that we.
But when this guy came out last month, they give you a report and gave this second all
They
So there would have been a $2,000 plus inspection fee to go through everything, and then when these companies give quotes, they give on as is, and this is what we see. It's gonna take time when they dig into stuff. They might not see an issue because these lines are buried and everything. It's a lot of.
But that's different, you can see.
You're not paying for a big inspection, that's what I'm saying, they come out and they go, okay, what do you want, new cameras here, this is what it's gonna cost for these items. They dig into stuff and there's an issue, unfortunately, that is what
nickel and diamonds.
Well, the gate per se, no, the gate per se, it was 70 something thousand, so that's it, the gate is done, the gate is operational. The other, but that's something that it was done by the other company, so it's something that we have to maintain as a community.
How much is it going to cost?
I'd have to look all that up, because it's multiple vendors at this point, so it's a little more
Correct,
challenging
because
to
you
track
got
it.
the depression, that's something that is away from the gate, because you have to fix the depression on the pavers, and the cameras is something different. The gate per se is done as the value as we got. The only thing we got extra was the side of the SOS.
We did the SOS, we did the RFID reader.
And the pins. So it was a total like 5,000 extra, give or take.
We're going to be on the ballpark, 85,000 with cameras, the new concrete and the paver. Probably got the year and a half to go get somebody else. For half of that, we're gonna keep in bed at number, but that's wrong on this question. That's gone. So is there a guarantee 99.9% that once we install the cameras, is the gate gonna be 100% run?
We're ready to, the only thing that the reason it's not turned on right now is because there's no camera.
Because they broke the extra gate.
The gate is functioning and operating.
Do you guys tested that in?
Yep.
We walk through
And if you want to test if your sticker's in the system, if you just drive through the resident gate, it should turn green.
Yes.
That it recognizes your sticker is in the system.
You can even see it going on the exit.
Yeah.
I mean, come past the sensor, they're turning green, they're changing, ready to go.
Yeah.
We just don't want to put in, like you said, we invested $85,000 into this. You don't want to just rush it for the sake of rushing it and not do it properly. And unfortunately with this, if the proposal would have been an extra $2,000 to include this, there wouldn't have been a question, but because they had to come back, this has been an issue. We do not let companies nickel and dime unless it's a necessary item. Unfortunately, yes. Could he have done a full $2,000 inspection and then let us know exactly the detailed report of everything? Absolutely, but that wasn't the case, and that one wasn't asked of him.
The record, that vendor was found by the vice chairman. It wasn't you guys, it wasn't the previous board, it wasn't the previous management company.
I did not find this out.
What happened with that?
We did have them, just for full transparency, we did have them, we removed the computer that was on the proposal, we removed the TV, we removed all unnecessary stuff that was on.
Yeah.
So we have saved money from that original number that we brought back from last month, but It is what it is, so I would just need a motion to approve, or we can deny it and not have cameras.
And the discussion.
Kristen, in your opinion, is this work helping you
To get
get
people.
us repair costs and all that, it's supposed to go to the gate?
I don't know of another way that we could potentially try
that's-
to go after them, because this is gonna give us like footage to say you broke the gate or something. I mean, I don't know if the system has the capability at this time, but we won't know when the gate was broke, so.
We're missing the most important camera.
Yeah,
My opinion is, every meeting, we come here, we have to do something. Since we don't have money in July, August, September, October. So this is gonna be the 4 month in a row that we have to do something for the gate, and there is no gate still.
There will be one at the end of the month.
That's what Mr. Booker, the vendor said, back in September, we're gonna be done by this week. That was September 12th. And I remember that you mentioned that.
I can go turn it.
I understand, and it's not on you, it's your,
Yeah.
it's parents. Like he mentioned, it's gonna Nicolas Dami, and like I mentioned in the previous meeting, there is always something new. And we're not gonna meet until January, so probably something's gonna happen from here to January.
We could have been safe if the contract that we have with the mayor was signed properly. You know, because right now they damage that equipment, we couldn't do anything because the contract, but anyway, so we're moving forward, we just, if we're gonna do it or not, to preserve the gate that we have. Because right now we close it as a test flight, the first day somebody just bumped it on the.
within hours, I mean, yeah.
Hours after we close the exit gate, you know.
And I mentioned, when the chairman and the vice chairman brought that company, you questioned the company, and he said, no, we're gonna go full board and get with the most expensive one. And this is what it gets, nothing in 7 months in return. You guys don't get much of that, let's see what happens.
In favor of the question?
I'm getting better, to be honest with you, I really am.
But that right now, we need an investment, that's up to us just to protect it, we can just.
That's why I have a problem.
Yeah.
Right, like. There's a lot of assumptions we did on this, and if I can do it again, I'm doing it different.
Yeah, and then you do it differently where all the residents are asking for what they ask for the gate. I know we are not a private community, but that's something that the resident, not because a few doesn't want it, the rest of the community want it. And, you know, and we have it, and I heard this from before, and we have something that we already did, we need to maintain it and make sure it's operational because it's CDD property. And we have to maintain it due to that, unless we remove everything, then we are not gay. That's a different, animal.
Well, rather than move up, we have to all in percent. Well, it's just a fall thing that we keep that gate. That gate with.
Correct.
With a gate.
Correct.
That means nothing.
But people don't want it, right? And then, anybody, correct? You're correct.
So, you know, we wasted $85,000.
Correct.
Right, but now it's $4,700 to hold up and protect our $85,000. That's strong.
Because like, computer said, you know, January will come up with another $2,000, $3,000, because no one exists.
Exactly.
We can always hold an emergency meeting if that happens, if you need something else. You know, this month, in order to make this operational with the cameras, we can hold an emergency meeting with the sports team and get the approval that you need.
Always for anything like
But I
that.
mean, our insurance company, if someone runs into the gate, they're unlikely going to reimburse it unless we can show this is the person that that ran through the gate. The only way we can probably do that is through this camera. It sounds like even to go after their own insurance company, I'm afraid, based on that, I probably agree that it's worth it. Like you said, it's already been $80,000 investment into the system, so. And a lot of boards have found that these gates also do deter some
Yeah.
criminal activities.
So anyway, I make the motion, for computer tech for the 2,770 to do the two LPR, cameras for the gate.
Is there a second?
Second. I'm happy about it, we gotta protect our friends.
Motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
I know.
Passes 2-1.
Okay. Moving on to pool maintenance as a whole, right now, we don't have a contract with the vendor, they're on a month-to-month situation, their contract ended in July. So they're still performing the services and everything right now, but we haven't official agreement with them. So we went out and sourced proposals. I asked 2 other vendors that I trust to do the work. The one never sent in. Like, I met with them out here, did the full walkthrough and everything. They just never sent in the bid, unfortunately. So the one that I'm recommending here is 5-Star Pool. We use them at another community. They're absolutely fantastic. The owner is one of the best pool guys I've seen. This is not somebody who nickel and dimes you. He will tell you exactly what it costs, even if he's gonna not get the most money possible out of a job. He cares about relationships, and completely turned around our other property. It looks amazing, and we are actually saving money now because the system is operating optimally. We're not using as much chemicals, we're not using as much electricity, and the residents are extremely happy. We don't have any health risks or anything. And then anytime that there is an issue might come up with pool inspection or anything, he handles all of that, has a great relationship with Steve's, who's the #1 chemical provider and pool repair part provider for Florida. So having them as a backup vendor for helping us is also a money saver and everything from there. So currently for the month-to-month rate of paying $1,553 for a total of $18,636. This includes chemicals at the moment. The cost for monthly from 5-Star Pools will be $983 plus chemicals. Annually it comes out to $11,796 plus chemicals. Chemicals will typically range realistically for a pool this size with the spa up and running around $300 to $500 a month is what you can estimate. That's going to change depending on time of year, how much rain you're getting, that kind of thing. If the system is updated and running optimally, like I said, our costs have gone down overall and get a much larger pool. We have almost an electric pool together.
500 times 12 is 6,000, 6,000 goes 11,796, 796, but we're talking about $1,000 savings.
Roughly, and the performance is 10 times better, I would realistically say.
Do you have any problems with the previous companies?
I'm not, chemicals isn't necessarily a bad vendor, they at least communicate. There's just things that I'm not seeing them do that 5-Star Pools comes from a preventative maintenance aspect. I'm gonna do everything I can right the first time, and then my job gets easier as the maintenance goes. If the system's running optimally, he might only have to be here for 10 minutes, change out some chemicals, and then they can go, but they're still within optimal ranges, that's gonna be perfect and carry forward. That's how they see anything. If there's a problem, they will let you know before it's a problem and go from there. With the preventative maintenance, they're trying to obviously prevent there being too many problems coming. Chemicals is very reactive, like I said, just looking at the pictures, they're not taking care of the equipment. All of those mechanical arms in there that are supposed to hold up the pool system, they're all not working properly. They all need to be replaced. Like there's things that they didn't even tell me about with those types of things. And my trust level with them is not very good, if I'm being honest, especially for their cost. If they're gonna be higher than this guy, I would recommend continuing.
I put on the pool, there's green, and it looks like it's one.
And I don't know if you looked at the tile recently, they're supposed to be cleaning the tile, I believe it's twice a year, that it's not being done, and algae, certain black algae and other types of algae. It's being treated, but not efficiently enough, in my opinion. I would definitely recommend switching it.
With the motion? approve.
Second motion.
Got a motion and a second to approve the agreement with Five Star Pools, and we'll have council draft up the front end document. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
And with the other one, we don't have to cancel anything because they're month to month, right?
We'll notify them. We'll still probably give them 30 days by the time we get the agreement up in place and all that. We try to be as fair to all the vendors as possible.
I wouldn't expect full service from Five Star Pools until at least probably December 1st. I think that's the time frame for that. Let them get through the holidays, ready for the transition. If they need to hire another person for our year, give them the time to do that. Okay, now in the sort of spot heating repairs, so there's a couple things that need to happen here. Right now, the area is slanted and the parking pad is leaning, so they're gonna have to regrade the area and create the things of drainage around it, so it's not just washing out consistently through the fence area. So that'll be the first thing that needs to happen. They're gonna cut off the line, of basically cut off the gas line, seal off that too, so that we're not gonna have any issues with gas and part to a full electric system. This is my proposal is here, we have two proposals for this. Five Star Pools proposal comes in at $6,344, and this includes replacing the current system with the electrical system, but a smaller unit. Right now, I believe we said we have a 256 watt unit out there. That's not needed for that tiny of a spa. That's used to heat the entire pool. We don't need that, so we would trade to a much smaller, more energy efficient model. That's going to be the Hayward 1.65 commercial one. The spa therapy pump, that's going to control all your chemicals and everything in there. That needs to be replaced. The feeders are broken, and the main pump there is just that. So it's almost a full rebuild of your spa system. They would also be changing out some of the piping that runs the pumps because it's not Schedule 40, it's not up to code. So they would be changing that. That's another reason I was recommending 5 stars, because they told me that. Technicals does come in cheaper on this. So if you look at technical or under spot filtration repairs, technicals option 1. So their number 18 or 1875.80. You combine that with under spot heating repairs, the 2919 there. That's their total cost for everything. It is definitely cheaper than 5 Star Pools, but like I said, 5 Star Pools is going to guarantee that thing works, and it's going to work as optimal as it possibly can. I understand it's more money, but you have an option to make it right.
You know, I want to see things.
I'm sorry?
You really want to keep the price.
Those are main things. Nuance.
I think typically those are year.
So it comes definitely going to come with the manufacturer warranty. He didn't have it on here. Let me get with him, and if you guys approve him on the condition that we match warranties or something like that, we can definitely make that happen.
And like I asked before, these include all the dials, to turn on the heaters and to turn on the pump.
Correct, but I will guarantee you that with 5 Star, they do this installation, that thing will be working, and they can start. They said within 10 days, they can basically do the whole thing from right now. It's approved tonight. So that will be working by the end of the month. I'm going to throw a additional. Sorry, Jerry.
I was thinking about this thing, and my first thought about it was build anything in brick or brick to be done. It's this pool has a horrible history with motors and all that good stuff. But what if, and you're probably gonna have to ask the vendor, what if we were to build something that would make a kitty wading pool? We get rid of the heated portion of it, and now we're still providing an amendment to the beautiful not in terms of a spa,
We're talking about like
but no splash pad, it's just like you go to some of the hotels and bars.
It's about a foot deep, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like you can put your little kids in there and you can kind of like sit like grounding. Instead of spending all this money to reheat a spa in Florida, it may be, I don't know, the cost, it's gonna need to work and some that stuff done to fill in, but
You're probably gonna have a similar cost realistically, because they're gonna have to change, the spot, the way that everything is wired and everything with the pumps and all that. So you're still gonna have to replace whatever water system is pumping into there, because right now you have no.
right, no circulation.
Yeah.
I
So
don't,
I,
value.
anytime you have a pool, there's going to be the ongoing cost, correct? But if it is maintained properly and set up properly with the warranties and everything, it's not as big of a deal as you would expect. But that's completely up to you guys how you wanna go about this.
I see also that they include the technical does not replace therapy form with one X keyboard of the 2.7 HP price turn. That looks expensive, that's not expensive.
Which, I'm sorry?
On the technical, 5 star.
Okay.
Either, the second line, they have something extra that technical doesn't have on top. Which is the one, yeah, the design X keyboard. So it's not like,
So-
they have 2 months, right?
So the spa therapy pump, if I'm not mistaken, so that is the same as, the spa ORP.
Yeah.
That's why I had combined those lines. So 5-star PA, one full proposal for everything. Like, what's separated, so that, what is gonna include, if you scroll up on the field man report.
I know, I got the 2 lines on technical, they are the same as the 29. 2009, 109, they are different items. This is.
Yes, one for the filtration, one for the.
This is like 21. Plus the 2919, that comes to 5,640.
Yeah.
It's a warranty. They used to provide, they used to say, probably they might not just say warranty, that's something that probably you can actually. It can be what is 3-year warranty.
Yeah, so we have a motion based on.
Okay.
Easy. Yep. He's very good to work with, especially if.
They're doing.
If you're having him be the vendor, he's gonna want a long-term relationship.
Yeah.
So he'll work with us on whatever it is.
If you can give it 5-year warranty,
But I'll get whatever I can.
Yeah.
right, I think we This is 5-year. And. Depending on. 3-year or 5-year warranty.
I second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in.
Discussion?
Yeah, any discussion?
Corey, yeah, and the next district, we have to find us. When we were doing the pool almost on point, we talked about 1 day, 3 days left. On that, affected voters. We're gonna do an electrical work out there, and we're doing something to.
I think it's 2 phase what we have there. To do
Right.
3 phases to run a whole new phase.
That was,
Yes, it is better to go like. Because I know somebody mentioned how one of the owners, I think it is even forensic, mentioned. That was something that they need to retest and make sure, that the gas works to be, we're going gas, it's not going to be fixed to like.
No, what he mentioned, they were the 2 phases.
3 days left. Pool pump. And we were paying more for the pool pump because it's a 2-phase
Okay.
electrical system instead of the 3 days, and the 3 days was more protected.
Yeah.
But it
That's
costs
something
a
that
lot.
you need to ask.
What the difference with the 2-phaser, you're referring to the main pool pump.
Correct.
Yeah, we replaced that main pool pump in the last 5 or 6 years.
You replace that main pool pump every 2 months.
Yeah. What they did before was, replacing it with
I'll send there's a large structure where the electric feet out there, 2 days or 3 days. And I remember something about it, it was 3 days.
It was cheaper.
It was cheaper than 2 days. It could do the electrical work out there and don't know the scope, but is it worth pulling wires to do 3 days? Is just that I would check off that.
I'm not for sure, I asked Technic too about the 3-phase when they were installing that one, they say it's good to do, but to run the 3-phase from here all the way over there, it will cost tons of money. But that's something that we can check with a master electrician and see how much it's gonna cost.
Correct, I'll get with them with that with the vendor, it's a little more about that, for it. I'll also send, Corey, I'll email you the exact, the invoice that we got from technical when we did replace the main pool pump 2 months ago. So it'll say exactly what model it was, that's under warranty and everything too. But
And who have the engine, the spare engine, because that's supposed to be ours
so
for.
that engine was in there still, that's what we. Yeah, it should be
Okay.
spare and taken around.
Okay, yeah.
We rebuilt that one. And he said, in Mark said, replace it, but we wanna keep the spare one because they hadn't died yet. You can see it in my report, that top picture, it's literally.
Got it. Okay, yeah, it's the one, make sure we have it.
There.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Did they need both?
So, oh, yeah.
Oh, we have a motion and a second. All right, all those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? All right, passes unanimously.
Okay. Next thing is the pool filter grids. Like I said, this needs to really be done annually to make sure everything's going. Technicals for replacing 54 grids was 2,100, 7,350, and 5-star pools was 1,520.
This is a filtration system.
This is for the main pool filtration.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Probably it's why it looks like it.
Yeah. it's-
Yeah.
It looks pretty gnarly.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah.
Yeah, they always replace only the pump for another.
Right. I don't know, this happy.
So that annually, so.
We definitely recommend that, and, yeah. That and at least inspected regularly to
I
make
would
sure.
not go over 18 months, inspected regularly. This vendor, they have an app that they use where they send us a full report every single visit that they have. We get an email that will show the condition before, it will show that they're activating the log that they're supposed to be treating, any issues will be annotated on there. So we'll know about this right away. Take a picture of this for me, so I can see it every day, even if I'm not here physically checking it every single.
I make a motion to go with last most for the replacement for 1,000.
I second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? All right, passes unanimously. Now the phone one.
Okay, fun one,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
go ahead.
Can I buy you want to do that?
Typically, there's no warranty in the filters. It's one of those,
But they do the labor, I imagine.
they do it later.
Yeah.
But on the actual filter, there's,
Yeah.
It's like an air filter. I mean, there's no real warranty on a replaceable part. Yeah.
Moving on to, so the roof placement, we did get multiple proposals. Like I said, we have options for if we want to do, just tile replacement there, or if we want to go for a new style, metal and everything. On the report, it just showed a blue roof, but you can, like I said, use any color that you. If this is something that you want to do, I would recommend going with True Grit Roofing. They're 107,850, that's the price you're looking for. I don't know if you want to do that right now or budget it for a future expense, but this at least is going to give you an idea of the numbers that you're looking at.
I would wait for the research to see what ways is all that. What happened with the insurance claim on the road? Did they came back and say no
Claim that we can.
I haven't had any follow-up on insurance claim. We did follow up, and I guess FEMA said that the previous company has closed out, that there was no damage. So there was no claim filed, yeah.
Huh? What? How's that possible?
If we have damage, yeah.
What company is that? I haven't recommended anyone? You never?
I think that was the previous management company. I can find the email I got.
So that been damaged for 3 or 4 years.
Well,
I understand that.
I think this was the claim for the last storm. They said there wasn't anything, but
So yeah, I agree with Comas on the, because we're gonna do a research study, so I think we should know exactly what we need, because we need a lot of replacement here, so a lot of stuff, so we need to make sure we do it like we did before, priority. This is what you can do here, and, we go from there.
and I mean, that's honestly a perfect project if you're looking to even, if you're even considering bonds, that's a project to put under those that, the benefit, especially if you do the larger 30, 40 years, it exceeds the length of the bond, so you're at least putting an infrastructure in that is gonna be longer than you're paying for it.
Now, question on this. Does the HOA have any authority on the aesthetics of the building, seeing as their style of building?
Nope.
And do you know if it's true that works with any of that new polymeric tile roofing and the metal tile like roofing?
They do, so that was, they had presented 2 options, they were saying they could go either way. They were in a rush to get this proposal, like literally I contacted the guy who's on the way back from work, he looked at him that night. So he said you can do either option, they'll work with it, he recommends the other option. Because it has longer warranty, it's cheaper than the metal tile and everything from there. And that's, like I said, if for some reason we have an issue 5 years down the road and we can't get with them anymore, we have to find another vendor that works with that material. So having some sort of standard, that's why I say either concrete or the new metal siding block, that's what I would assign to. Or I guess basically, whatever we just did.
Okay, well, we'll hang on to that and obviously bring you back the research study in January per your request. Are there any other supervisor requests or comments? I know you guys are, am I still correct that you're looking to target the cancellation of the December meeting?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Unless we have something.
Something that is real important, and
We will do everything we can to make nothing urgent. With that, unless there's any other comments from the board, we can take a motion to adjourn.
Oh, I got something that bring.
Okay.
This is all the. We had a Halloween activity. Do you receive an email asking for permission?
I did not.
We had also a garage sale. 2 signs were in front of the community in city property. Do you receive any email from anybody?
I don't recall. No, I don't believe I did.
So I don't understand why something so people to ask permission for what liability in exposing the community was not done at the previous meeting.
those signs were adopted back in, when we did it the first time, and the HOA brought it here. And the board approved it.
Yeah, back on A-Day.
Yeah, correct. Well, it was already approved
No,
to do for the garage sales. Improvements.
that wasn't done like that. Also, like I sent you the email about the landscaping company dumping mulch on Florencia's right twice. And also today, at the end of the Chevrolet Lane, dumping more mulch for something that is for the HOA. Why no permission or any email was notified to the management company before that was done?
Did they ask permission or not?
No.
The HOA did not. So it's.
No, like the vendors.
The vendor is not the party that should be responsible for asking for permission, like, if you're doing. If we're trying to use this for HOA stuff, then it really realistically should be the HOA saying, hey, we're looking to do our remodel. This time of year, we need access to this part of town. Now.
So the manager didn't reach out to you?
No.
Okay, so that's something that.
We usually have a license agreement too for the CDs, for like the HOA to have
So
permission.
that's good.
Something simple that we can move forward with.
Yeah, moving forward. Yeah.
in terms of the first time that it happened, the blade runners outsources mulch to be delivered to them. It was not delivered to the location they agreed upon. Unfortunately, that happened. They got it addressed the next day as best as they could. And I've already talked to them about coming out with a pressure washer to clean up all the red stains and everything and all the mess that was made. They said that they had 6 more deliveries on the way, and we weren't at a meeting yet. I asked that if they're going to have that, they're already pre-scheduled, have it delivered on that back corner where nobody is, and at least mitigate as much liability issues as possible. They have it coned off. Obviously, it's not the most ideal situation. Going forward, we'll have to figure out a spot for them to be able to handle this, but that's just what it is at the moment, unfortunately.
That's something that way before we've been on the board has been done previously. You know, in every corner, they used to dump it with no issue. I don't know why now it's an issue, but they used to dump it, you know, like in areas that didn't cause, like you said, traffic, like cul-de-sacs, you know. And they did it in the past, you know, back in 2018, 16 or so.
I think the best way to do it is, I'm gonna ask them, all of our other vendors, they outsource through mulch trucks. So basically, the giant like box truck, they have a huge exhaust hose and it just shoots all the mulch directly where they want it. Then they drive to the next spot, there's no issue, there's no dumping, there's no cleanup, it's just wherever they want to go. So I'm gonna ask them to use that type of vendor in the future instead of just having mass pile dump.
Yeah.
And make sure, you know, if the vendor is asking you, redirecting that the HOA needs to ask you, like the manager of the HOA have to, you know, request it of him. You know, so that's.
When I did a ride through one last week, and he did say the HOA was going to be doing mulching, but I didn't know to what extent. Like, it was more of a passing comment, so that's some of that is on me. I didn't understand what actually he was saying and what was entailed. I just thought, okay, they're gonna be doing mulching.
Yeah, before the previous company used a truck like you mentioned before.
Yeah.
Is your, there's too many things that are happening. I understand it's been there, it's not a close relationship with the chairman for a long, long time. And going back to the Halloween activity, there was a lot of people from outside the community. It was an activity announced and organized with the HOA, and the same thing happened last year. What is also to come here and ask permission?
For permission for what?
Permission to have an activity on the city grounds.
That's HOA, that's HOA.
Yes,
land.
the land was the HOA, but the activity was in the middle of the front of the main intersection.
Was on the grass, HOA.
And you have a big, CSO vehicle in the middle of the road with flashing lights. And a bunch of people walking around crossing the median from one side to the other. I don't need to bring the video because you were there. Yes.
It was in the ground.
Yes, a vehicle going the gas, passing the candles, but people were walking on the sidewalks and in the middle of the road. I don't have a problem if you ask permission. That's what the main issue is. There's too many things happening on the road watch.
Okay, but those permission, if the HOA has a property, what they need to act as CDD. That's it. That's the single thing.
Your vehicle was on the road.
That, I was. Okay, that's something different. I'm on duty with the sheriff's office. That's something different, not working with HOA, not working with CDD. That's sheriff office volunteer. So that's, you going out of your line saying that.
Well, that vehicle patrolling is not for
No.
in an area.
No, it's station whenever I can do whatever I need to do to make sure everybody is safe in there. But anyway, just contact the sheriff department.
It's come to many things that, and I think it's time is now. I hate to do this, but I would like to submit a motion to remove Chairman Perez from his position as the chairman, and I would like to nominate Mr. Supervisor Corey Gatton as the chairman of the city from now forward.
There is a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Motion fails for lack of a second. Any other supervisor requests?
No.
Great.
So I do a motion to adjourn.
Do we have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Meeting is adjourned.